start number 3. And we should be on YouTube. Check that out, Jigs, and let me know if we're on YouTube. There we go. All right, so that's up on YouTube now as well. Probably eventually switch over to YouTube fully. There's just been some funny tweaks that happen on Facebook that I'm not fully behind. Just got to get used to streaming to YouTube. Janri Cruz using the extension on his cue, leaning way out, needs this to get back within 1. This looks like it's going to go on the right-hand side of that corner pocket. No, just right of center. Camera angles can be a little confusing. I have a new toy that just arrived today. And hopefully I can figure out how to use it. For our streams inside of a month. Oh, wow. It is inside a month. 1 month away. We will be at in Nanaimo at the Vancouver Island Convention Center. Conference Center, I think it is. For the Vancouver Island Pool Championships. CCS Pool Championships. Four ball just going long again on that side pocket. 5 ball as well, but the 2 ball ends up making it around the table to go into that top right corner pocket. Nothing doing on the 1 though. Wow, I'm just looking at this, trying to figure out what he's going to do, how he's going to get that 1 ball free or get an opportunity to go after it. Oh, new toy. It's a 18 times optical zoom, pan tilt zoom camera. So he's made the 8. And can't tell if he said it was frozen or declared it not frozen. Oh, it double kissed. Okay. So yeah, looking forward to that. It's apparently programmable, so I can program different shots into it, different positions to focus and look at. and it can all be automatically controlled. Should be interesting. Can't see what happened there. Ooh, he's come up right on the 4. That's a little close. Hey, Midnight. No worries. You're welcome. I'm going to see if I can actually move that monitor a little further so I can see it easier. There we go. Close enough. But not so close he couldn't hit it. A little tricky with the 5. Now, do you bank that cross side? Or do you play safe? And just try and get that 5 ball to the rail and get your cue ball down here. That's gonna be just about perfect. Oh, I think he's left an edge. If he's left anything there, he's left paint. Just a wee bit of paint. Yeah, it's so tight that Keith is even looking. Nope, I'd rather kick at it, thank you. Now, anytime you shoot this, you see he's jacked up against the rail. So he's going to have to hit topspin on this. That's going to lengthen that second angle. Your angle of reflection is going to be, say he's what, about 40 degrees into that side rail, 39, 40 degrees. When that comes out, it's only going to be like 25. Oh, he put some spin on it and went before the side rail. I expected him to play that one on the other side of the side pocket. Janri's on the wrong side of the 6. Gonna have to move the cue ball around. Anytime you move the cue ball around a long distance, you just increase that difficulty. You can see with his body language, he's not happy with it. He would have preferred to have been on the right side of the pocket line, and then he could have just played a one rail back out for the 7, or draw off of it and stay there for and create an angle for the 7 to the 9. But now he's got to try and avoid the 10, and that's really the angle he would like to go, is kind of right between the 9 and 10. So he's going to have to draw it and put a little bit of bottom right on and probably spin this around 3 rails or 2 rails and risk playing it short side on the 7. Well, he's drawing it bottom left. He's going to draw around 3 rails. This is going to have some speed on it. Oh, it checked. It worked out. I thought he was trying to draw it to that side rail. Draw it here and then spin it around. Right. But he was able to draw it and check it back up. Nicely done. Brent, what? Oh, the angle. Yeah, 39.7. I know I was being a little bit nitpicky there, wasn't I? That happens. Hey, Riggs. Warband Gaming up there. How's it going, sir? Travis, thanks for stopping by. Janri stunning that cue ball forward just to get a little bit better angle on the 10. And that ties it up. So if you don't have it yet, DAZN will have the U.S. Open Pool Championships tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. Carlo Beato, the defending champion, trying to make it 2 in a row. Only, I think, 5 other people have done that. Shane, Mika, Darren Appleton, I believe, did it. And maybe 4. I think maybe only 4. Anyway, it's starting at 7 a.m. There we go. Let's see. So Shane's done it back to back. He did it back to back to back. Before he won it in 2012 to 2014, it was Darren Appleton, 2010 to 2011. Mika Imanen did it right before him. So for, gosh, 8 years we had back to back to back winners. Mika Imanen did it twice in a row, then Darren Appleton, then Shane 3 times in a row. And then the last time before that somebody did it was Nick Varner, all the way back in 1989 and 1990. Earl Strickland, despite winning it 5 times, has never won it back to back. Four ball inside, lost the cue ball. I'm pretty sure that cue ball didn't get kicked. Let me just take a look at that. Hopefully we can get this run through before Keith shoots. Oh, it got kicked by the 3. Got kicked by the 3. That was not Janri's fault. And Keith making sure he keeps an angle to get that cue ball away from the 8. That's how I like to shoot those too. I don't like to get those too close. Here's a trivia question for you. How many times has a Filipino won the U.S. Open 9-ball championships? Since it started in 1976. They've been in the final a lot. That 7-ball is going to cause problems for Keith right now, because it's kind of on the path he'd like to do to shoot, to bring that cue ball back and forth. According to Wikipedia, Brad, Alex does count as a Filipino. They've got him listed as being that, so I was counting it. But don't go looking on Wikipedia, just guess. 5. Rocky 5. 3. 94, Efren Reyes. 2005, Alex Pegulayan. And 2021, Carlo Beato. They've been in the final. "13 times. Yeah, only 3. I was surprised. I would have thought they won more. Especially Efren. Only winning it once. Tough tournament to win, though. Tough tournament to win. Miss Valerie Furnell. Hey, how's it going? How are things out that way? Janri with a good angle on the 5 here. Just needs to draw back for the 6. That'll do it. Going 2 rails out towards the 8 ball. Doesn't want to put too much left on this. It's not going in the side. It's going long. He was worried. Oh, he was worried. His hand immediately went to that side pocket. Just a little draw shot to come out, just out to the center of the table. Well, closer to the center, somewhere in there. Would be nice, maybe not that far. Because you still want to have a little bit of angle. That's perfect. See, he's on that left side, so when he shoots this, that cue ball's gonna go roughly this way. If he tried to draw it straight back, it would come along that line. If he stuns it over, I think he's gonna draw it. Just draw it a foot and a half. Doesn't need to come back far. Hey, Mr. Danny Gilbert. Hey, sir. Nice to meet you there the other weekend down in Bellingham. Oh, he's gone too far. Yeah, he stunned it across instead of drawing back on it. Coming across when you're that close. That zone is so small. Right? When you come across this point, versus coming across this point, right? You have this. I'm just drawing stuff on the screen now. You get my point. Closer you are to the ball, the smaller the target you have to stop. Just a soft little draw shot here. Just wants to get to that other side rail and check back over for the 10. It's tricky though. Just playing safe, or is he cutting it in? I think he's cutting it in. Stop. He's gonna go 2 rails, 3 rails for the 10 in the other corner pocket. Oh, that's got some speed on it. He's out in the 50-yard line. Nice shot. Just had too much speed on the cue ball, but that's not a horrible position to be in. He can still do a good job on this. Yeah, I didn't do too bad. A little rusty, but shot well against Lido anyway. But thanks, Danny. Now, looks like Janri's going to cut this into the top right corner pocket. Try and bring that cue ball around 3 rails, maybe 4, and just leave it there. If he hits it thin, the 10 ball should stop on that end rail. Doesn't want to have too much speed on this at all. And if you hit that thin, and it comes into that rail and out here, you haven't left much. You didn't leave anything because you made it. Janri Cruz taking his first lead of the match, 5-4 in a race to 21. Only you, Tony. Only you, sir. Well, you and Chris Melling. And did he look good this morning when he started playing? He was crushing that break and getting out. And then I didn't get to see the match versus Max Lechner, but Max must have been playing well. Four ball on the side. Oh, it goes a little long, but the 6 is down. 7 gonna spoil the party. Not sure if it took away the cut lane. He can certainly hit the 1. Whether he can cut that in. Mr. Andre Miller. How you doing, sir? And doesn't get that cue ball behind the 2. Looks like the 1 will sneak by the 3. He's got a little bit of a free safety here because he can play the 1 ball down this way and just let the cue ball kind of slide in here. If he makes it, he's got a shot at the 2. If he doesn't make it, then he's going to be in behind the 5, and Janri will be in tough shooting the 1. May not have enough angle to slide in there now that I look at it a little better. Yeah, that wouldn't have got in there. Nicely done. Ooh, Cindy, that sounds rough. One of the things I like about Keith's game is how, I don't know what he's feeling inside, but he always looks so calm. I know I don't look calm when I'm shooting. Perfect line, little bump. Now, is the 8 solved or does it need to be developed? The way he's looking at it, it looks like it's solved, like he's doesn't have anything he needs to do there. Looks like he's got the right angle off that 7. Keith hitting him the way he should. One of the things that these good players do is you'll notice they're almost always picking a spot. Even if they don't hit it, they've at least put a very specific target on the table. Mr. Kenny Brown is a fan of that. Heard him say it many times. Cindy, there is $7,000 Canadian in the middle. I didn't put that in the description. Well, I'm a ninny. Silly-headed ninny muggins. Let me put that in the comments then. Oop, that's 1 extra 0. That's too much. Keith going 2 rails and around. Just with high center ball. Looks like he may have a touch of right on there. Yeah, you know what? That'll work. I like that. Hit that well. David. You're not wrong. That's because I always feel half frazzled. Why would I feel calm? So many things dinging here. Keith breaking rack 11. Got the cue ball to hop a little bit. And it's dry again. You know, there's a certain speed that each table likes to take for the break. If you can find that speed, and it's not always just crushing it, right? If you can find that speed, it can work out well for you. If Janri can get that cue ball out there, he might have something to do with putting the one ball there as well, maybe? Nope. Just trying to get the cue ball in there. It's going to end up short all the way around. You know, I don't mind. Well, I guess he's gonna play the safety here, or is he gonna run the cue ball that way? Try and get the cue ball down under the 3. Nope. Just get to the other side of the 7. Open up that 1. I think Janri's still got a kick. Might have to use a little bit of siding to open the angle up. No, he's got enough room past that 7. He should be good. Where's he going for his jump cue? I don't know if they're playing early 10s. So yeah, tomorrow. Let me pull up my messenger and see where it is here. Leto and okay, Leto Ascendito will be in action. He'll be playing. I believe he's playing Janri again, and then Edwin Kula is playing Albert Augustine. Not sure of the funds involved, but I'll get that later today or tomorrow morning. I know it's pretty comparable, and I think one of them might even be for more than what these guys are playing for. Those will be going tomorrow at 2 p.m. Is the time that I have at the moment. If that changes, I will put a post out on Kickin' Billiards. And then at 5 p.m., we'll have Paul Mack versus Asher Fabia. So 4 money matches this weekend. First one's tonight between Keith and Janri, 7,000 in the middle, race to 21. All tied up at 5 right now. That sounds about right, Cindy. Yeah, I think they're at 12 now, Dave. But I'm not entirely sure. So 2 more streams tomorrow at 2 o'clock and another at 5. Looks like Keith hasn't quite come back as far as he would like. So he may stop it there, draw back just a little bit, or he looks like he's going to play with high English. So into this top rail here, check it a little bit. You saw the spin the ball had. And that'll work. Straight center, or straight top spin here. Into that end rail, back out into the middle for the 10, or for the 8, sorry. Somewhere right about there. Maybe a little farther so you have a good angle to go to the 9. It's going to work out fine. Again, just a little bit of angle. Played that 2 rails and out. Keith taking back the lead. 6-5. Oh no, it's there. It's in the title. Okay. Oh, there we go. Rack number 12. Five ball got kicked by the 3. 7 ball still going to drop. And that 1 ball's up by that top left, or sorry, bottom left corner pocket. Seems to be finding a consistent home there. But with no opportunity to make it, Keith is going to try and find a push position that doesn't make things worse. Is he going to push that 4 ball onto it? Oh, he just thinned it to play safe. Did he get there? Did the cue ball leak out? I think that Janri has the right-hand edge of the 1 ball. He's going to run into the 9. Oh, he snuck in behind the 2. That's going to work. That'll get the job done. Pretty sure Keith can still hit a 2-rail escape here, but with that 4 ball being right there, hitting it 2 rails doesn't really help you out much. You need to hit it on the one rail. Well, if it snuggles up to it, not a bad situation here. Oh, I'll be right back. Sorry about that, folks. Dinner arrived. That the cue ball is going to come out. It's going to give Keith a shot at that two ball. Janri doesn't look settled yet. and Keith, little error there. Pretty sure he cannot see that 3, but maybe it slides by. No, actually, the more I look at it, the more I think he's got it. It's really close, though. Really close. Can't tell if he's kicking at it or cutting it in. Oh, he had more than he thought. Did Janri call the 6 in the side? Is he going to bank the cue ball onto it? Or bank the 3 ball onto it? That's going to slow up. And it's going to leave a long bank attempt. Might be a freebie here for Keith. He can long bank this to that top right corner pocket and leave that cue ball in behind the 4-5. He's banked it short. He needs this to bounce heavy. Nope. Janri's going to come to the table with a much better position than he thought he was going to be. He can just roll this in. He has to watch he doesn't go in behind the 5, though. He's cutting this even thinner than I thought if he's trying to come to the other side of the 4 and play it in the same pocket. I'm going to check it with some spin. Hits the 4. Awkward position on the 4 now. It's so tough to judge how the spin is going to take on every different rail that you play on different tables. I know Janri's been playing a lot, and he's been playing a lot of different conditions, and probably adapts to the table a lot faster than I do. And he didn't miss that by much. Dominic, I have no idea. Janri's so still. I used to, when I first started streaming, I had a lot of problems with the cameras. They would glitch and freeze. And half the time I couldn't tell if somebody was just being really still or if the actual camera had froze. And you wouldn't know until after they'd shot. It was really, really frustrating. So it's a bringing back some flashbacks of frustration. But it's good to be still, right? You don't want all that movement when you're lining up and shooting and stroking the ball. So he moved the cue ball over just in case he made both the 5 and the 6. He would have a decent shot at the 10. And with the 10 where it is, I mean, he makes this 5. He's good. He's good to play the 10 on the side without any issue. Tied up at 6. Remember, they're going to 21, and they're playing for $7,000 in the middle. I love the fact that this is going on around here. I mean, I never heard of this, and nobody really saw this too much around here. Every once in a while, you'd hear somebody playing for a few, but not like this. Not in the last 6 months to a year. Some of the games they've been playing down there at Q1. And then also all around the country now, you're hearing about some places in Toronto as well. Calgary, the guys are playing. So, nice to see some bigger money matches happening. Janri's body language just changed a little bit. He's a little bit more energized. Seems like he's getting into it a bit more. 3 ball. Makes it all the way around the table on the 4 rails, right in the heart. The 4 and the 5 didn't drop. Little safety play coming here. Or is he going to cut that down the rail? He's still thinking about it. I think he's thinking about banking it to the side. Or he's playing safe to put the cue ball down in behind the 10. Didn't get there. He's still got the edge of the 1. Can he do anything with it? I don't know. Knowing the way Keith plays, he'll think of something. He may have enough to pot it in this bottom right corner pocket. And if he can draw the cue ball into the side rail and hold for the 2, which he did, he just didn't make the 1. Now, he didn't sell the 1 out. So, I think what Janri's looking at here is thinning the 1, getting it close to the 6, and spinning the cue ball 3 rails up in behind the 7. Not bad. That'll work. Pushing him up against the rail like that really makes it tough for Keith to get any English on it. You can still do it, and he might have just enough of an angle in past that 4 that he doesn't need to put a lot of English on it. But he's hoping he can get right in behind the 1 and kick the 1 between the 5 and the 8 down table. Oh, just missed it. Looks like Janri's going to go for the 3 foul rule. This table is kind of set up that way. You've got a couple of clusters that you can make work, or a couple of zones that make it easy to hide that cue ball. Well, the only thing about that is getting the next foul off the 1 might be a little tricky. I mean, ideally, you'd like to have it closer to that 5-10 so that you have to move the cue ball as little as possible and you can really tuck it in there. Keith with a legal hit on the 1. But did he leave a piece of it for Janri? Can Janri cut that 1 in and get on the 2? Rest of the table's pretty wide open. The 4 to the 5 might cause you some issues because the position of the 6, 8, and the 10 don't allow you to move as freely as you'd like. Yeah, this is really dangerous here. He's going to try and spin it off the rail, but he's got to get enough spin that he hits the end rail. Otherwise, he's going to scratch in that top right corner pocket. Well, hold the phone. He may actually have that 2 in the side. In that tiny little window between the 9 and the 10. Maybe, maybe not. Because the 2 ball is a little bit up table from that pocket, so he can't just hit it on the extreme left edge. This cue ball's going to have some speed on it after it hits the 2 because it's hitting it so thin. So he's got lots of room to work with. He just has to go around the 7. Janri not liking the glove. Elects to take it off. Dry his hands, clean his cue. Take a minute. Never hurts to take a quick break, resettle yourself. Janri coming from Saskatchewan is not going to be used to the humidity down here, so I don't blame him. It's pretty tight. You can tell by his body language he doesn't have a whole lot of confidence in it. But he lets it go. He gets around the 7. Watch the scratch. No way. No way. How did that happen? So tight coming between that end rail and the 7. What did it have? Like another 1/4 inch of room? Ouch. After making such a nice shot. It might have had too much pace on it, but it had a long way to go before he was hooked on the 4. Keith threading it around the 6. Leaves himself lots of angle on the 5. Oh, that's a little thin. Did the 8-ball get in the road? The 6-ball's not making things easy for Janri. It's going to hamper cueing that cue ball a little bit. Yeah, you see, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like queuing around it. No one would. But can you get comfortable? He's not a short guy. Well, in comparison to me, anyway. He's a little taller. Did he hit that 6 with his cue? I don't know. I didn't. Oh, he's telling him he did. So that's fine. They're probably playing cue ball fouls only. Do you want to move it back? But, you know, that story. Hey, thank you for the stars, sir. Much appreciated. He's clearly concerned about getting the cue ball around back for the 7. But I think he's got lots of room. As long as you don't focus on missing the 8, miss the 8, miss the 8, miss the 8, you'll go around the 8. You're all good. Well, I think he was planning on being a little closer to the 8 as he went around, and then the spin would carry it further. But he lost so much speed going so straight past the 6 that the spin wasn't enough to get him back down table. Yeah, he's taking some extra time on this. The 8-ball is not really in the road, but maybe it's like it's where he would like to put his hand. You can adjust it, put your hand a little behind or a little bit ahead. He elected to have a little bit of a longer bridge. Sorry, just answering some messages here. Dave, there is a league here in the WAC. It's a pretty nice little fun league. They're getting better every year. I should have a little button that says extension, shouldn't I, Jason? Yeah, that'd be funny. Janri Cruz taking the lead. 7-6. It's been going back and forth like that. Keith led for most of the time up till 5-5 or 6-5, and then he evened it up, and now Janri taking another lead. Sorry, folks. I'm also trying to scarf down a little bit of dinner. So. Hey, Jared. The advantage of the glove, it's not really an advantage. What it is when you're in high humidity environments, your cue can pick up a lot of oil, and that attracts debris. So the moisture starts to create sticky spots on your cue. So you typically use a glove when you're at sea level, or if you're using a carbon fiber shaft, because those get fairly sticky fairly quick if you don't use one. It's pretty easy to clean off, but at the same time, you don't want to be cleaning your cue every time you go to the table, and keep a towel with you. I know when I first moved to the Lower Mainland, or down to the Fraser Valley here, coming from Prince George, a much higher elevation, I started using a glove almost immediately, because it would take 5 minutes for my cue to start, or it felt like it only took 5 minutes. Yeah, no worries, dude, man. No worries. That would have been a huge shot. That was so difficult to back cut that and then control the cue ball to come 3 rails without wrecking on the 6, without falling short into the 5-10. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to pull it off. And now Keith is set up with a fairly easy transition from the 2 to the 3. The shot's not super easy, although the 2's fairly close to the hole. It would be a little different story if it was another foot away. Doesn't need to hit the 5. This could be a problem. If it gets past the 8, he's all right. He's got a little bit of angle. He's just got to decide how far he needs to be towards the bottom of this table here to get on that 4. Keith just planning his line of attack on the 6. Little steep on the 7. Would have liked to have had a little bit more. Room. Sorry, a little less angle. Playing safe, getting that cue ball in behind the 8. Is it going to get there? Yes, it gets there. That'll work. So Janri's got a little bit of geometry to do here. It's not just geometry, though. It's geometry, physics, and psychology. And yeah, those 3 things pretty much encompass most of the problems you will find on a pool table. And rather than go for the hit, he's actually, well, I think he's actually gotten pretty unlucky there. And Keith is going to look at it straight away. He's given up the intentional foul and tried to tie up the 8-9. Now that works if you don't freeze them together to find a pocket, but that 8-9 looks like it's wired for this bottom right corner pocket. Keith took one look at it and he set up exactly how he wants to play for it. That's some pretty good position play right there. Now, if it's frozen and it's not lined up correctly, he can use a little bit of siding to throw it the right way. Oh, no. Overcooked it and scratched. Oh. I feel your pain, Keith. I feel your pain. It's one of those things where you just miss it in your analysis of the shot selection and the shot execution. You miss the scratch in your head. And as soon as he shot, I guarantee you, as soon as he shot, he was immediately thinking, oh no. Janri, of course, not upset at all, and is pretty happy to have an opportunity to win this rack and take a 2-game lead. But do you notice how he didn't just get down and shoot it right away? Sometimes when you come back to the table, when you don't expect to, you're a little bit hyped up. And if you shoot right away, a lot of times you haven't quite put the effort into the thinking of the execution, and every once in a while you miss. Janri, being a competitor that's been playing a while, knows this. Took a little bit of time, let that little surge of adrenaline bleed off, and calmly gets down and knocks in the last 2 balls on the table to go up 8-6. Again, as you can see on the scoreboard, it is a race to 21. What you can't see on the scoreboard is they're playing for $7,000. Again, tomorrow at 2 o'clock, we'll have another match for you. I don't have that information right in front of my fingertips, although I should, as to who's playing. And then we'll have 2 more matches, which we will have to run simultaneously at 5 o'clock tomorrow night. Brent, you'd like to see money matches on the bar box 8-ball? Most of the folks around here are playing 10-ball. These guys play 10-ball, and I know one pocket is slowly catching on. people are discovering that despite your initial thoughts when you first start watching One Pocket, when you start playing it, that's when your eyes get open and you realize how creative this game is. It's unlike any other pool game. Taking a quick break. See if we can run through some of the replays. Oh, never mind. He's back. I didn't even get started, man. That was quick. Let's see. Any problems in this rack? Not really. 2 to the 4 is probably the toughest one. Oh, well, or the 1 to the 2. Although I did expect him to get right past that 7. The bank is there, but I'm pretty sure he'll play a safety and just bank the 2 ball into this area here and try and get that cue ball up into there. Just a thought. Be amazing if he could get the weight perfect. Settle it right in there. Okay, he's going to play it the other way. He's going to knock the 2 ball down behind the 10 and get the cue ball over by the 6. It's ahead of the 6, so he needs the cue ball, the 2 ball to get to the rail. No, that would be too far. Well, pretty sure, yeah, Keith has to kick at it. But if you watch this, he's going to try and hit it as full as possible and send that 2 ball back down table and get the cue ball in on the 10. Oh, don't go past the 10. I think it leaked out. Oh, it leaked out. That was a heck of an effort. Yeah, Brent, well, yeah, convince them to play and let me stream it, and I'm all for it. David, is that oh shoot. The One Pocket match with Tony Chohan. That's not tomorrow, is it? No, because they wouldn't schedule it for the day of the US Open Pool Championships final. What if Alex was in it? Not saying that that's horribly likely, but you know, I was pulling for him. And they're trying to go around the 5. He's gotten around it. Is he going to get far enough? It looks like it just needs a little bit more. Well, yeah, you see by his arm motion there, he's like, get going. Who's Alex playing tomorrow, Dave? Pretty sure he can. Pretty sure Janri can cut this 4 in the side. He's gonna run into the 9. But maybe if he does this right, he can play this with some top right. and with a nice smooth stroke, get into the 4, use the 9 to redirect the cue ball into that side rail, and with the top spin, maybe carry some speed, and with the right spin, check it and come back out to the center of the table. I don't know. I don't know what that angle is with regards to going into the 9. Oh, he just barely thinned the 9. Okay, no, that works. That works. You think? Well, yeah, Alex is giving him a ball. It's 9-8, isn't it? When Alex plays Tony next, he's got to give him a ball. That's pretty huge. Well, now I need to know when they play. Janri's got to cut this 6 ball. It's fairly thin, but with just straight top, maybe just an absolute hair of left, you should have no problem cutting it in and coming back and forth across the table. Not sure what the guys are doing here. Taking a quick break, I guess. I'm trying to find the poster that showed when Tony Chohan was playing Alex Pegulayan. October 19th to the 22nd. They're at 50,000 each, so 100,000 in the middle minimum. Tony gets 9-8, and they're playing October 19th to the 22nd. Race to 36. That will be on Pool Action TV. Ah, thanks, Dave. Sorry, I keep looking. I got a Dave screen over here, screen over there, screen over there, screen over there. Yeah, no shot clocks in money games. Not very often. So we got 4 people still in the U.S. Open tomorrow. Max Lechner, Koping Chung, I think FSR. Yeah, Max Lechner, Koping Chung, they're playing first, or second, actually. Carlo Biato and FSR will play first at 7 a.m. Who's winning, FSR or Carlo Biato? I'll let you guys comment on that. As Janri cuts that 8 in the side. Gonna have to bring his cue ball around a ways if he wants to shoot that 9 up in the top right-hand corner. It's gonna have natural angle to come back out into this area, so anywhere out there is good enough. Oh, and he way overhit it. He's ended up fairly lucky, though. No easy shot. Dave, you got Carlo. Hard to bet against him. He looked so strong. But he did lose once to get there. He lost to Jesus Atencio, right? So he wasn't always strong this week. And admittedly, FSR in his match against Kazakis, they both played well, but it just didn't seem like they were playing well because of, only winning one or two games, and they kept it so close all the way through. Janri trying to figure it out. He's only got a piece of the 8. So he can get his cue ball up to the middle diamond on this bottom rail here. Leave that 8 ball at the same spot on the other end. Maybe get lucky, get him on either side of that 10. Or does he have enough of that 8 ball? He does. Cue ball's going to come too far, though. He is going to give up a shot on the 8. It's not an easy one. As a matter of fact, that's going to be pretty tough. The old split safety. Oh, don't come out. Well, he almost hit that perfect. And that's going to come out. Well, he's given up a free shot at the 10. I don't know if they're playing early 10s. From what I understand, that I don't recall that they've played it that way before. So I don't believe they're playing that now, but we'll find out. We'll find out in a minute here. So Brent, FSR versus Max in the final. And who wins? Oh, there's a fortunate roll for Keith there. Missing the combination. But getting that 10 ball to come back in between the cue ball and the 8 ball. Janri certainly not happy or pleased with that. Dave, you think Carlo's going to win it all? And who's he going to face in the final? Oh, don't forget, it's starting tomorrow, day after tomorrow, I think it is. Real soon. SVB and Jason Shaw are playing. Where was that one? Wow. What do you say? But wow. You know, to kick at the 8 like that and hit it so well. Man. And to not be able to finish it off. Tough sometimes. Tough sometimes. Keith getting the 9 ball to drop. It wobbled a little bit on the way down, but it went down. And he set up nice on the 10. To pull back within 1. Keith, yep. Now it's 7. Only trails by 1. Race to 21. 7,000 in the middle. Holy cow. 59 people watching. Wow. Who's the farthest away? We're coming to you from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Actually, Richmond, which is just south of Vancouver, but they you cross the street, you're in Vancouver sort of thing, right? New Jersey. Yep, that's a little ways away. Will, did you make it down to watch any of the Sandcastle Open there a week and a half ago or so ago? Would have been hard pressed to not go with all the talent that was there. That would have been fantastic. Eight ball's hunting the corner, but it's not going to get there. That's another dry break. But he hasn't sold anything out. Janri didn't even bring his cue to the table because he knows he doesn't really need it yet. He's got to do some thinking about what the heck he's going to do with that. Oh, darn. Yeah, that's one of those things you burn a holiday day and you go down instead of going to work. Pushing out, moving the 9 around. Doesn't want that cue ball to get in behind anything, but it's jacked up over the 9. Now, how comfortable are you shooting over a ball? How comfortable is your opponent shooting over a ball? What are your odds of making it versus selling out? Always things to think of. Now, it didn't sell it out, but the bank is there. Position to the 2 off the bank is not really there. I'd be playing safe, knocking this 1 ball back across the table and getting the cue ball down table, but it hasn't got the steam. In Janri's defense, in where he normally plays, I bet you it's a lot drier and a lot less humid, and the ball runs a little easier. Oh, darn. Yeah, should just went on your own, man. But then again, I mean, it's probably not that much of a big deal for you to see those guys down there, whereas they never come up here. Great shot onto the 1. Is he going to break the 2 loose? No. No reward to get the 2. Almost hit that 9 ball and would have knocked that out of the way and had a shot at the 2 to this bottom left corner pocket. So nobody's farther than New Jersey? I'm not sure what that call was. Is he banking the 2? Well, whatever he was trying, it didn't work, but it didn't sell out either unless... Well, not that it's a sellout, but does that 2 go by the 6? I can't really tell. Either way, he's going to send the 2 ball down table. I think it does go by the 6, and he's going to try and pot this. Nope, it doesn't go by the 6. Oh, and look at that. There's a nice shot. That's getting the weight right. Keith does not have a direct line on that 2. He may have the 1 rail this way. But then you're jacked up over the 5. And you're going to get a lot of inconvenient topspin. How's that sound? And your cue ball coming off this rail is going to do... Oops, not going to do that. Yeah, your cue ball is going to turn into a circle. But your cue ball is going to do one of these with that topspin, right? Something like that. Not quite like that. Oh, but he didn't hit it hard enough to make it do that. That's going to work. I mean, you're getting a roll there, but... You know, sometimes you get rolls. Sometimes you don't. It usually averages out. Janri's got to get to the rail. It didn't get to the rail. Foul, ball in hand. I'm just spitballing here, but I'm thinking Keith's gonna play safe, leave that cue ball frozen to the back side of the 9, and send that 2 ball up table. And if you can send it up here, like if you can somehow get it around that 5 onto the 7 and leave the cue ball like right there, you'd give yourself another cluster. Oh, that's got to get a rail. That's got to get a rail. That didn't get a rail either. Wow. Unfortunate. You're up in Lac La Hache, Brent? That's a wee place. I'm still trying to find that poster. Can somebody find that poster for when Jason Shaw and Shane Van Boning are playing? They're playing 9 ball, 9 on the spot. Excuse me. Gosh, can't find it. Janri seems to have solved the puzzle in this rack. Nothing too crazy here. 10 ball causes some limitations on the 9. So when you're playing the 8, you got to be a little careful that you don't put yourself in a position where you're having to run the cue ball too far because you got a crazy cut on the 9. But I think if he plays that 7 and then the 8, and he can get the cue ball back up to where the 7 is, somewhere in here, you're fine. Right? You've got a very large area. Just thinking out loud. Thanks for the follows, guys. Much appreciated. If you can like and share the stream, I'd appreciate that too. That'd be fantastic. You can play this rail first and just, like I said, like we were talking about just a minute ago, coming up into the center of the table, right? Anywhere in there is gonna work. It's not ideal, but with the 10 in the road, oh, he's drawing it, coming back across. Well, now he's got a pretty tough cut on that 9. Your cue ball is going for a ride. Watch the 2 in the corner. Unless he plays safe. I can't see him. Well, unless it just doesn't go. Now, he could go for the bank. But the table's been playing a little slow. We've had a couple of balls not make rails here when they probably should have when they started. Janri getting the extension out. Oh, been coughing a lot this week. Air quality out here isn't so great. We got a bunch of forest fires, so driving into work this morning, it was pretty interesting to see a big red sun popping up over the mountain. He's going for the cut. The cue ball's going for a ride. Watch this 2 in the corner. It's going to come close. Especially because he's putting a little left on it. Oh, he put enough left on it that really twisted off. But he also hit it thicker. So that'll bring Keith back to the table with an opportunity to tie it up. They've been struggling a little bit on this rack. Keith's probably going to opt for the cut in the side. Thanks very much for the likes, folks. I appreciate it. Janri back to the table. Does he have the cross bank? Or is he going to go for a short cue and go for the jump? That 10 ball's a long ways away. It's a very, very short landing area. No, he can see part of this. He's going for the cross bank. Nails it. And drills the 10 ball to the side, to the end rail. And has a crazy leave on that 10 ball. Crazy leave. Huh. I didn't even know they were playing for anything. That could have worked out worse. I'll ask, Brad. I will ask. Keith going for the thin cut. It's the rail first. Wants that cue ball to stop. That's not an easy. That's not a gimme. They can make something happen here. Janri can pop this. After this rack, I'm going to take a short break. I'll leave it running, but I'll be back in a few minutes. There it is. Janri Cruz nailing down his 9th rack. So I will return in just a minute. And I'm sure that they will too. And we're back. He's made a ball off the break. 3 balls gone. But, again, oh, look at the 1. It's really tough to keep that cue ball under control and up at this end of the table. Because the 1 ball's coming up here. Well, it depends on how much of this 1 ball that Keith can see as to whether he'll accept it or not. He may not even be able to see any of it. He may kick at it and send that 1 ball down table, trying to leave that cue ball in behind the 5. Wow, how unlucky is that? Just finds a window. Just finds a window. Yeah. Oh, but Janri unable to capitalize. That's going to come past the 1. Set up just about perfect for Keith. He can't ask for a better opportunity to start this run out. Gently roll that 1 in and you're on the 2. Again, you could just roll forward to play the 4 in that top right corner pocket. Takes the 9 ball out of play when maneuvering to the next position. And now just stunning over. Getting somewhere close to the middle of the table, but not going behind that 8. And the 4 ball hangs up. Wow, what an opportunity for Janri to lengthen that lead to 3 games. Well, he's taking a second look at it here. It's deep in the jaws. Not that deep, but, you know, sometimes those will fool you. How many times have you tried to play the rail first and you go right by it wondering how you missed it? He's going to draw right off of this. Nope. Oh, that's got some speed to it, though. He's not going to like where that ends up. Playing a ball deep in a pocket like that can be tricky simply because you don't have that much room to line up your target on the rail to get your angle right. You've only got like an inch and a half, maybe to really kind of pick that line. Whereas if you're 2 feet away from the rail, it's a lot easier to be more accurate with your line. Oh, I know where that poster was. Yeah, October 17th, 18th, 19th. Race to 120, 40, 80, and 120. Shane Van Boning and Jason Shaw. That will be on Omega Billiards. Wow. Is the table starting to play differently? Maybe the conditions inside the pool room are changing. It's heating up, cooling down, or whatever. But, you know, this isn't brand new cloth like they play on the pro circuit, right? With the U.S. Open. This is worn in cloth. So if you hit that cloth up the rail, your ball's going to have a little bit of friction on it, and it's not going to slide past it and go into the corner. Not like it does on TV. But again, even that, then if you watch that from day 1 to day 5, the corner pockets start to play different. Was anybody else nervous about that cue ball going in the side like that? Not being able to see it because his head was in the road? Needs a little bit more speed. I think that's going to work. I'll probably play the cue ball. Play the 8 in the side. And play the cue ball. Oh, 2 rails up. That's the wrong line. It's the wrong angle, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. No, he checked the heck out of that. What I mean by that, if you don't understand immediately, is he put some left-hand spin on that, and when it gripped that rail, it pulled it back to the left. You could call that outside spin. It's always confused me, believe it or not. I know, weird. That's why I like saying left or right. There's no discussion. You either put left on it or you put right on it. And there you go. Keith, draw him back within one. Keith won't quit. He won't give up. I've seen him too many times. Let me see if we can bring that poster up to you. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. Oh, here, we'll do it that way. This way. There we go. So that should be an interesting match. I am not working tomorrow, Dave. However, I do have a stream starting at 2 and another one starting at 5. So I will be sitting here sipping coffee, talking about pool. Speaking of which, Janri's stuck him to this end rail. Keith will have a look at this and see whether he feels he can cue it and cut that one ball in. Just checking to see how close it is to the horn. James, is that the Lucas Fracasso-Werner that was in the US Open this last week? Yeah, tag him. Yeah, bring him on here. Let him, see what we're doing. That'd be cool. I was surprised how many of the juniors were actually also playing in the US Open. It's like 4, wasn't there? 3 or 4? And I didn't realize Joey Tate was so young. He did fantastic. He'll be on the Mosconi Cup in a couple of years. So many projects on the go. So many things to do. One of the things to do is find out what Janri's going to do with this push shot he gave to Keith and who Keith returned to him. Threading the cue ball between the 9-10 with a little bit of right hand siding. Now he's going around the 9 completely. Oh, just couldn't get by the 7. It'll be ball in hand for Keith with a wide open table. 4 ball goes by the 6, so that's not a problem. Just keeping tight control of your cue ball. How many different ways can you say that, right? Don't let the snowball melt. I don't know. probably not one of them. I hope you hit the wrong button there, whoever's angry at the stream. That's usually what happens when I respond to a stream or something on Facebook, that all of a sudden I've put an angry emoji on. It's like, whoops, wrong button. Just change that to a thumbs up. Or heart. Those are good too. Oh man, what to do with that 3. The problem with this position is playing safe on it is not easy, because you're going to knock that 3 ball away from the end rail, and the farther it comes off the end rail, the easier it is to pot. Of course, right? Pretty simple logic. So can he hold the cue ball there by the 9? That's going to do it. Pretty simple 1 rail kick for Keith, coming off that right-hand side rail. You see he's lining it up right now. Wants to hit this and make it. Because your cue ball is going to come up towards the 4 anyway. Well, that would have worked, but it still works. There is a pathway between the 8 and 9 where Janri can kick at the 3. He'd have to put a little bit of right hand spin on the cue ball to check it back into the 3. I think I like that 1 rail hit. I know it's a little bit difficult to judge with the spin, but that 2 rail kick with the 10 ball there and the 9 ball, like, there's not a big target there. The 5 is kind of in your lane. Not, I can't really tell. But I think you just hit the wrong button, Dave. It's all good. Remember the first time I got an angry emoji on a stream, I was like, what did I do? And now it's like, I think somebody just made a mistake. I'm sure if they had a problem, they'd message me. Let me know what happened. And that's what he's doing, is he's putting a little bit of right-hand siding on there, going to feed it through the 8-9. The funny part about this is sometimes you go right through and back the same way you came. Oh my gosh. I cursed him. A little bit too much right-hand siding. Sorry, Janri. It just looked like one of those ones where sometimes it you know, somehow you go through and come back again and everybody stands there going, did we just see that? Probably wanted to come a little bit further to the right. He'll go back and forth all the way across now. Oh, he did try and hold it. I thought that was going to be a bit of a tall order, but with the speed the 4-ball went in, he did have extra on there. Good control of that cue ball. Keeps it away from the 9 so he can bridge and access it properly. Yeah, so weird, eh, Ainsley? Now, just don't end up straight on the 7. Although the 7's far enough off the end rail that, you know, even if you end up straight, you can usually draw back and spin out of it. But he's just barely going to get to that end rail. He'll slow roll the 7 in. Got a bit of angle there, so he's going to slow roll this. Probably come out, yep, right along here. And then out. Doesn't want to come too far down table and end up being dead straight on that 8. That's looking pretty straight. Oh, you know, it's not too far down table, so actually potting this, it's only a half table shot. So potting this and drawing the cue ball, looks like he's got a little bit of angle to the right. Yeah, just a hair. So he'll draw this right into here. Or stop it right there. That works too. Probably better than my idea. Player always has the better vantage point, always had a better, more complete understanding of what's going on the table, what exactly the angles are, how the cue ball is rolling, how it's gripping the table. We can only guess from the booth. And learn. And learn from the booth. Learned a lot the last couple of years since I started doing this. Still can't execute it, but I've learned it. Some of it anyway. The spin thing you talk of. Brett, that's not fair comparing anybody to Frenchie. The dude was too fast. You didn't need a fan in the room. All you needed was Frenchie. He'd be moving around the table fast enough to create airflow. And I like that answer, Will. Sorry, I'm just seeing this one now. I don't know why I missed it, but Brent asking what's this spin thing you talk about? And Will responds with devil's sorcery. Yes, yes, it can be. Especially the unintended kind. Oh, who was it on the week, during the week? One of the pro players kept spinning his cue before he shot. Just in his fingers. He'd roll it in his fingers, but every time. As he's lining it up and doing his practice stroke, he's flicking his cue and spinning it. I can't remember who that was. Anybody else notice that? have a ding. Ah. Okay. Yep. Hey, Brad. They're just playing for a few hundred over on table 1, table 2, whatever it is, table 1. I'm using camera number 2, so that's going to be table number 1 over there. I think it actually has a different number. But Warren and Ryan are playing for a few hundred, is what I've been told. So. All tied up at 9. Love it when it's close. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Janri coming around. He's going to get cleared. He's going to see the 4, but he's going to have a little bit more angle on it than I think he was hoping for. Not too much of a problem. He should be able to control this fairly easily. A little bit of bottom, kind of stun it over to that side rail and check it back. Not exactly where he wanted to be on the 5. Yes, it is pay-per-view, Dave. Yeah, all those top guys playing for big money like that, that's always going to be pay-per-view, whether you watch it through Omega Billiards or Pool Action TV or one of the others. I wonder if I'm allowed to do a play-by-play audio. Any interest in that? We could do something like that. Nope. That sounded bad. I'm thinking play-by-play pool over the air, just audio, but done in like a 1950s. What did they call them? Radio dramas. That'd be funny. Nice leave from Janri there. I was hoping that he wasn't going to get that 6 ball to come out that far. But maybe would have been a little bit better to hit it harder and try and use the 7, 8, 9, 10 grouping instead of this channel. Maybe use this channel. Easier said than done. Trust me, both these guys have me by about like 50 points in Fargo, so I'm not criticizing. I'm analyzing. Is that a close enough differential? Keith wants that to slow down. This is going to be tricky. He's got the wrong angle, and he's going towards that top left corner pocket if he cuts that into the top right corner pocket. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Anybody watching that's not from North America? Does it go by the 10 to the left? Well, that is not the end result he was hoping for. This is most likely going to get chalked up as another mark on Janri Cruz's column. That's going to be a little slow. Should be okay, actually. I thought that was going to stop sooner. But still, maybe would have liked to have been another 3-4 inches further, another ball width maybe. This is just one of those angles that it seems to kick. So if you shoot it slow, you got to worry about what do they call it? Well, a kick, one, and then cut induced throw. A little bit of left. You don't really have to do much with the cue ball. The 10 ball's potable from like 98% of the surface area you have. And that's in. And as sure as the sun will be red coming up in the morning in Chilliwack tomorrow, due to all the forest fires east of here, this 10 ball is going in the pocket. Okay, well, the longer he takes, the less sure I am. He's just worried about controlling the cue ball, right? It's going to have some speed on it because you don't want to roll it in and have it roll off for some reason. Maybe it hits a little bit of lint and gets deflected. But you don't want to scratch in the side. And there it is, going long past the side, like the spot that he indicated. And that looked like Keith was indicating a break at the halfway point. We have 10-9, Janri Cruz leading the way. So some of the shots that came in today, yeah, there we go. Jump shot from Keith there. Watching the break. Oh, right. This is where we watch the break to see why he scratched. But I think he's going to start actually breaking, so we'll head back to the action. I thought they were taking a break. So did the cat. Here. So what do you think, Bubby? What's he going to do with the one ball? Gonna probably come into that 7. Yeah, he's worried about where the cue ball is gonna go because it's hard to predict off that 7, and he could easily end up hooked on the 3. Oh, he just elected to play the safety anyway. I thought he was cutting that in. Not a bad decision. Not a bad decision at all. Two rail kick. Trying to get some separation between that cue ball and the 1. And he's going to get a little bit. Nope. It's actually coming back together. Well, a little bit to do here to get on the 3 because you're going the wrong way. Going around 3 rails or just banking the 1. Maybe he'll bank the 1. It's a really nice safety here. Well, other than the fact that Keith can still get at it 1 rail. So, as far as ball and hands go, I doubt you're going to get it. But as far as containing your opponent go, it's an effective tool. You don't always need to get a ball in hand. Keith wants that 1 ball to go. I think it went far enough. Now this is going to be a little tricky for Janri. Is he going to try and cut that 1 ball down into this corner? Or is he playing the carom? Well, he's playing the cut. He's going to cut the 1 on the side. I think the way it looks, he thinks he's going to hit the left side of the 5 from our view. And if he cuts that 1 in, I think at best he's going full into it. But I can't really tell. He's got the better angle. It just looks like this 1 is a little bit past the center of the pocket. Well, he did go right into it. But even if that wasn't what he was intending or trying to have happen, he still ended up right smack in the middle on the 3 ball. So he can pot this in that top left corner, draw right back towards the 6. Oh, he's looking at going forward and cutting the 4 in. He must have some angle in there that I can't see that brings that cue ball close to the 4. Now that I look at that, maybe it does. Yeah, he's a little off center. It looked pretty straight to start with. He's going to roll forward and take the cut. Or is he powering this up to draw? Yeah, I can never tell. He stunned it through. Is that going to settle on the 5? No, he's going to stay clear of the 5 and have room to take the 4. Sorry, I miss stuff because I'm doing production as well. Just had to share the fact that we are on YouTube as well. So streaming to YouTube on the Kickin' Billiards YouTube channel. Thanks as always to the sponsors of the stream coming out of Q1 Billiards, Q1 Billiards themselves. As you can see their logo down there in the scoreboard. Newfield Education Group, Elo Stream, the producers of the signal and the scoreboard that come from Q1 Billiards. It's a pretty amazing system. Contact Justin Lee at Elo Stream for more information if you'd like to see this in your local hall. And a proud sponsor of Pool in the Lower Mainland, Mike Silvius of Timey Roofing. For all or any of your roofing needs, give Timey Roofing a call. You can find them online. Just do a quick search for Timey Roofing. I don't know why his phone number isn't there. Anyway. Keith working his way through. Doesn't have to do much with this 6. Just put a little bit of left on it and check it on that side rail. Looks like he's gonna put a little bit of bottom on it and do a little bit of a drag shot. What I mean by a drag shot is you play bottom spin on the ball, but you only play enough so that by the time it gets to the object ball, it's no longer spinning backwards, it's just sliding. And then because it's sliding, when it hits that object ball, it doesn't have a lot of rotational momentum, and it just kind of dies. Kind of looks like it's dragging something as it slows down unexpectedly. Watch that corner pocket, and even Keith was a little nervous there. Back and forth. Watch that side pocket. Oh, he's coming close to these pockets here. That wasn't as close. That was still half a diamond away, but initially that made me a little nervous. Just gonna stun forward and bounce off the rail. Give yourself a little bit of room to cue the cue ball. And to tie it up at 10. Just like that. This is a good match. Both guys shooting fairly well. I know last time we saw Keith, he actually put, I can't remember if it was a 3 or a 4 pack on his opponent. But he was hitting them very straight that day. Very impressive. Who's the favorite going into this match? Will, well, by Fargo, you're probably taking Janri Cruz, but it is only 14 points. Realistically, I don't know either player's game that well. I've seen Janri play some long matches. I've seen Keith play some matches. It's really close to call. I mean, guys that have seen them play a bit more might be able to give you a better answer, but I'm gonna say it's really, really close, and the score is bearing that out. I've seen both guys play better. Not that they're playing bad, but I've just seen them be another level or two higher, right? I think Janri maybe just got to town. And I think he's playing. Oh, who's he playing tomorrow? I think it's Leto. Yeah, like tomorrow we've got Edwin Advincula versus Albert Augustine, Paul Mack versus Asher Fabia, and then I think it's Leto versus Janri again tomorrow. So I've got 3 more money matches tomorrow. We'll let you know what they're playing for as soon as I do. That won't be finalized till probably tomorrow. But before we start, it'll be finalized. A little straight on this 4-ball. Very straight on the 4-ball. Well, maybe he's got a little bit of angle there. Now that I look a little bit closer. He's going to have to hit this with some pace to get it to come off the rail, but they've been rattling when hit with pace. Oh, he hit that sweet, though. Hey, hit that sweet. It's a little tricky getting around that 6. I think he's got a pretty natural angle, but you know, you got to get that weight right or you're going to have yourself a problem with the 7. There's your pocket line, so your cue ball's coming somewhere in here, and that means it's headed somewhere there, you know, somewhere on that line. Just got to make sure you get past the 7, but you don't go all the way to the 10, you know what I mean? Like, he's past the 7, but didn't make the 5. That'll bring Keith up. Got a good amount of angle there, so trying to hold that for the 6 might be a tall order unless you slow roll it. I think maybe a little bit more comfortable would be coming through. Even if you clip the 7, you're still going to be over here. That's still workable. But you got to pot the 5 first. Oh, and he elected to go right into the 7, so he's got great position on the 6. Yeah, no, hey, Will, go ahead, ask questions. If I don't know the answer, I'll tell you. If I do, I'll give you my opinion. And if there's any chance on having facts, I'll try and use those. Yeah, the telestrator is a lot of help. I have a tendency to overuse it, so I have to stop drawing on the table sometimes for a little bit. Didn't come out very far off that 8. So as you can see, he's looking to bring the cue ball over here. Rather than in this zone, because he's not going to get there off this 8. He has to come over here now. That brings that side pocket into play if you overplay it. Which he doesn't. He hits it pretty darn close to perfect. Again, coming from the pocket line, you can see he's on the left side, so he can't go forward into the 10. He's going to have to stun it out and try and get past it. See there, he's trying to make sure he gets up table into this zone. That'll work. And for the first time since Keith had a score of 5, he's now back in the lead at 11-10. This next rack, will he be able to extend it by another game, or will Janri say, nope, not letting you get away, bud, and take another game and tie it up at 11 again? We don't know, but we'll soon find out. I'll be back in just a minute. It's supposed to be. Oh, it didn't work. Sorry. I was setting a key to mute my mic and I was just testing it and it did not work. Okay, well, that was a bit different there. Just testing. All right. If anybody ever tells you that, they're an audio engineer, don't give them a hard time. I don't care if they don't have an official designation or a stamp. They are an engineer. Janri's a little steep on the 6. And he's right-handed, so he's going to have to get the bridge. There you go. Trying to reach that on a 9-foot table stretched out like that is going to be a challenge. Going up and down, normally you'd like to just stay in the center of the table, but going up and down is not an option. So he's going to play safe, knock the 6 ball 2 rails up in behind the 10-8. That's going to come out. But the 7's still going to get him. That actually doesn't make it any easier, even though he's just got 1 rail. Being out in the middle of the table like that when you're kicking out at 1 rail means you only have the 1 chance going past it. A lot of times when it's against the rail, you can miss it short and hit it off the rail. And that distance, that he's going to jump this, but this is a really, really tough jump shot. You've got a long distance to go over the 7, then you got to get that cue ball to settle down, hit the 6, and then not go flying off the table. He's got to land this just past the 7 to have a hope of it staying on the table. And he did just get over the 7. Is he going to get lucky? He's hoping. He's trying to use a little bit of the force there to stop that cue ball. Stop the 6 ball, sorry, not the cue ball. That was a great hit. If you saw how close, I wonder if I can replay that. I want to see how fast we can go here. Just watch. Where it lands. Like it was just past the 7, right in here, right? So, anyway. That was great control to get that cue ball down without having it land just before the 6, because if it lands just before the 6, it comes up off the table again, right? Hits the 6 3/4 the way up the 6 and launches itself off the table. Oh, and Janri tried to cut the 6 in, but he had so much speed on it, or tried to play safe, but he just had too much speed on the cue ball. So Janri wants to try and get there with his cue ball. Sorry, Keith wants to get there with his cue ball. Wants to leave that for the 7 of the side so he can drift down either to the right of the 10 or left of the 10 for the 8. But either way, he wants to stay shy of the pocket line of that side pocket, and he's gone too far. I think he's gone too far. He might be okay. Yeah, he's just barely on the right-hand side of the pocket line. What I mean by pocket line is you draw a line, of course, from the center of the pocket through the center of the object ball and extend it out to the cue ball. And as you can see, he just had enough angle to get the cue ball to go left of the pocket instead of following it in. The unfortunate part of where he's landed is his distance to the rail. He's really close. He has no room to cue it. So he may have to stab it and pull it into the side. Or, yeah, he's looking at going 2 rails and out off of this 8. He's got a little bit of angle. He's just got to hit it a little bit clean. Now he's checking his options for elevating the butt of his cue and sticking that cue ball into the end rail and popping it out towards the 10. But with a level cue like that, he's going forward. Can't tell exactly how steep that angle is. Oh, he was almost straight, and he just decided to take the leave on the 9, guarantee himself a shot, and go from there. Don't blame him. Oh no. Off both horns to set it up. I mean, that's the trade-off between taking the harder shot, right? There, the easier leave is you get the harder shot. And Janri, looking to tie it up. And pretty unexpectedly getting back to the rack in this one. And we're all locked up at 11. Biggest lead of the game, I think, has been 2 games. I think that's when it was like 8-6 or 9-7 for Janri. So neither fella letting the other guy run away with it. We only have 10 more games. And then this show will be over. But we will be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. with a couple of matches. Leto and Janri starting again. I'll have final numbers as to what they're playing for by then. As well as Edwin Advincula versus Albert Augustine. They're going to play tomorrow. We'll be switching back and forth between the two. Probably have them both up on the stream at the same time. But if I do that, I will only be able to really commentate on one. But we'll try and keep an eye on the other match. And then at 5 o'clock, we've got Paul Mack versus Asher Fabia. They'll be playing for a few. I think last I heard there was 4K in the middle on that one. So stick with us. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day. Unfortunate scratch there by Janri. That 8-ball does go to that top left corner pocket. But with ball in hand and a chopped up table. Oop, that's the Keith has noticed that that's the 1 ball. Sometimes you just miss when you reach in and grab that. Oh no. I'm doing the whole match tonight, Will. We're gonna go to the end here. It's just we're back again at 2 o'clock tomorrow, or 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon for some more matches. We got a match worth I think there's 4K in the middle. Another match has I think 12K in the middle, and then I'm not sure what the third match has in the middle yet. I haven't heard, but there'll be 2 matches starting at 2 o'clock, 1 match starting at 5. But we will be finishing this match out tonight. Yeah, no, it's barely 5 to 9. Hours left yet. Much to the dismay of my Call of Duty partner. Yes, Justin was correct. I do that too much as well. was a joke a while ago regarding that. And I'm guilty. Oh, yeah, you guys are 3 hours ahead, right? Yeah. That's why tomorrow at 10 o'clock, you get to have breakfast and coffee and wake up nice and slow and then watch the U.S. Open. And I have to get up at 7 o'clock on Saturday. Okay, 6:55. That reminds me, gotta set the coffee pot tonight. Watch the side pocket. Oh man, that's such great shape though. He's in there to clean that 8 up. Oh, misses the 8. Janri's got some work to get on that 9, unless he wants to shoot it in this bottom right corner pocket, and then he's just got to play a little left. And that's exactly what he's done. Just taken what the table offered. Cut that 8 in and leave himself this 9 up into the bottom right. He's got angles so he can just float out towards the center of that side of the table. Somewhere in here. And to go back up by 1. Janri Cruz knocking in the 10 ball in rack number 23. Sorry, give me a minute here. I'm setting up something that I thought was already set up. Doesn't matter how many times you do this, eventually something changes and you can't use it the way you had it. You mean, Will, you're gonna do the yard work after the US Open or before? Watch that side pocket. Oh, wow. And so this is what I thought I had set up for our player profile page. Keith Yip with a 647 Fargo to Richmond, BC. And Janri Cruz with a 661 Fargo, playing with a Mez X Pro till the Origin arrives. I bet you the Origin's arrived because that information is a little old. Favorite game's 10 ball, and he hails from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And his most memorable match was coming back from 14-7 against Dexter Lanes at the Metro Billiards in 28-10, and he ended up winning 17-15. If you don't know who Dexter Lanes is, he's a pretty strong player. So that is not a bad memory to have. You can come back from that kind of a deficit. Keith Yip coming to the table. Dry break from Janri. He's got a funny looking table too. That 4-5-6 looks like trouble. Trouble written all over it. The problem is from this angle, I can't tell if that 4 ball goes in the side. And that cue ball is going to get to the rail, but it's not going to get hidden. But it is nice and tight to that end rail. Only bounced maybe an inch, half an inch off the rail. So if Janri can knock that 1 ball 3 rails in behind the 5 and get that cue ball back up down by the 210-9, or is he, what is he, I can't tell what he's looking at here. It doesn't look like he's trying to play the safe here. He was trying to knock it into the rail and into the 7 and hold it right there. Because if it stops where the 7 is, because the 7's going to stop, now Keith would be hooked. But caught it a little bit thick and sent it right past the 7. Keith trying to change things there. He changed it. I'm not sure he made it better. Well, now what do you do here? Making the 2 and getting to the 3 and disturbing the 3 and also somehow disturbing the 4 on your next shot seems like a pretty tall order, so I can see a safety coming up here. Oh, it's you don't have DAZN or DAZN, whatever the heck they call it. Yeah, yeah. No, it's been unreliable for some folks, so I certainly understand the what's the word I'm looking for? Reluctance of some people to buy it. Yep. So it seems like a few of the boys from out in Alberta and Saskatchewan have come out this way. Not that that should be a surprise. I have 3 more matches that I get to stream tomorrow. Thanks to all of the folks making this work. And big shout out to Bien Lim and the Pinoy Hustlers group, the Vancouver Pool group. Thank you, sir. Always appreciate you thinking of me. Oh, yeah, that's getting in there. I mean, why wouldn't you play safe? There's absolutely no advantage to making that ball. Janri playing 2 rails. Wants to try and clip this 2 coming off the rail. All the way around it, and doesn't really change much. So that's 2, right? So now how is Keith going to get the 3rd one and 3 foul him? I understand, Will. I don't follow baseball or football or really have time for any other sport, so. And I'm slightly obsessed, so. Keith with an option on this 3. And if that 4 goes in the side, he's going to break the 5 out. Now, that being said, a lot of the time, this ends up being twisted into just a double kiss situation where you make the 4 and you leave the 5 in almost the exact same spot. And that looks suspiciously like what could happen here. Yeah, the problem with those ones, man, those are so just frustratingly tricky to make something work on those. Getting it thin into the rail and then just getting distance. He's left the combination, but you know, table length combinations, those are so easy. That being said, Janri's made these before. It doesn't look like he's feeling this one right now. But he might not have another option. Oh, well. I think I'm getting a vibe here where he's just going to roll that 5 ball past the 6 and gently nudge that cue ball up in behind the 6. Just got to get that 5 ball past the 6. The cue ball's going to get a rail. Oh, but not exactly as planned. He tried... well, yeah, I guess he had to make sure he didn't clip the 6, because if he clips the 6, it's ruined, right? But didn't get tight to the 6 off of the 5 as a result is a little bit of a disappointing result. And that's going to bring Keith to the table with an option. You know, Keith, if he's not happy with the cut shot here, because it looks like it's going right towards that corner pocket, it's going to be close. Okay. Not anymore, it's not. He's drawing off this 5. And playing safe. Oh, and he's made it. Oh, wow. Well, Janri's... Oh, does Janri give this back to him? Or does Janri play safe? Is this set up for the timing shot? You remember that trick shot? That trick shot where you cut the 6 ball thin to the right and just leave it over the side pocket. Your cue ball goes across past the 7 with a little bit of siding on it, a little bit of right-hand side, and comes back and kicks the 6 in the side. If that's what he tries and he pulls it off, I will forever leave it in an intro video for Kickin' Billiards. I will change my intro video, and that will be one of the clips that starts it off. That being said, I really don't think he's even going to try it because it's such a low percentage shot. You're up by 2 games, though. No, he passed it back. He said, nope, thank you very much. This one looks like nothing but a dog's breakfast and problems, so enjoy. He's going to cut it down to the corner? Well, pretty sure if Janri can't see that one, he's going to play it off the rail. And the only tricky part about this, and it's not really that hard, I think, is sometimes you can hit the rail too low and you just drive it into the end rail and back up. Sometimes you don't hit. Yeah, see, where he wants to hit that rail is right about that side horn, and he doesn't like it. No, sir. No, sir. He does not like it at all. Rail first, gotta have enough speed to come back up table. And he hits it. Perfect. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute, doesn't want to be over the 9. Well, I thought that was gonna stop sooner and he was gonna have a nice bridging area, but now he's gotta jack up over the 9. Or can he shoot beside it? Has it gone far enough that the 9 really isn't in the road? He can bridge right beside the 9, so he's okay. A little bit of right-hand side and cut the 7 in. Just keep the cue ball on this side of half so you don't bring the side pocket or the 9 ball into play. A little bit too much speed. You can see he's not happy with it. Cutting it to the left, I'm assuming, just simply because I think there's less chance of scratching that way. Although, the more I look at it, I think You're more likely to scratch if you cut it left, but if you cut it to the right, you're more likely to wreck on the 10. Now the 9 ball's positioned so that you might be fine cutting that into the side. That'll get it done. Keith just needing to make this 9 and float a little bit left. Really just pot the 9 and the cue ball will take care of itself. Not gonna lie, I thought that was a little bit into the horn. I thought that was gonna rattle. Done. 13-12. Keith keeping it close. These guys are gonna battle right to the bitter end. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a hill event. Breaking in rack number 26, Mr. Keith Yip. Well, he's off and running in rack number 26. Cutting that 1 ball into the corner might be a bit of a trick. It's going to have some speed on it, but the way the table's been playing, it hasn't been that bad. Oh, he tried to cut it in the side. As it is, he's going to get the safety. Did he get the safety? There's no window there, is there? How crazy would that be? No, that 8 ball's got to be in the road. Yeah. Yeah, what am I looking at? Am I nuts? Yeah, 8 ball's in the road. And I already know I'm nuts. It's okay. You guys don't have to answer. Because this is really what I want to do on a Friday night. No, really, it is what I want to do on a Friday night. I must be crazy, right? Oh, Janri's looking at the 3. Getting down to the 5 doesn't seem to be working too well. rattles it. Got the cue ball all the way around. I'm not sure why it was going so fast, though. Maybe he didn't think he could hold it for the... What's going on here? Oops. There we go. Looks like he's pretty straight in, so probably just going to draw straight back on this. Straight across the table. A little bit of room to cue it, so bounce off that rail, please. Thank you very much. And as always, trying to stay on the right side of that pocket line. Now, from what I remember, whatever your angle into that ball is, you can basically count it as being 2 when you're drawing. So you can draw off there. Just a crazy, crazy thing. And now he'll probably draw into the rail and out. Trying to stay, again, this time on that side of the pocket line so that he can drift his cue ball over here and not go into the 10. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that movement of the rack template. Not quite like that. So that ties it up. Folks, if this gets any tighter, we are gonna have to go hill. Or at this point, it would be a shame to have it end with somebody running away with it. Absolute shame. So all tied up, knotted up at 13, race to 21, 7,000 Canadian dollars in the middle. So that's like what, 5 US? Oh no, our dollar went down, didn't it? Yeah, I don't know what that is now. Regardless, it's not the same. Keith seems to be getting one of the 2 or the 3 to go most often. The 5 and the 4 keep coming back a little too far. He hasn't left much for Janri. Janri's going to have to play a safe. Maybe the 1-6 combination, but that's so risky. I mean, it's not like you're playing for 20 bucks here, right? Even though, 20 bucks is 20 bucks. Playing the safety, getting it right down in behind the 9-10. Don't let it come out. There we go. That's a great safety. Keith calling the 10 in the side. think that's what he indicated. You ever get to those, where you have to enter your date of birth in there on the computer, and it's got that, that's got the list, and you spin your mouse wheel. You're old when you get there and you give that mouse wheel a spin. Yeah. Just saying, sometimes it's a little bit of effort to get down to that year that you were born. January with a 3 in the side just wants to slide that cue ball a little bit towards the 8 ball. Not all the way there. Still wants to have an angle to come out and play the 5. Well, he's going to have an angle to play the 5. Really went. Got to cut it in. He's going to wreck on that 6. And he comes in behind the 6. He's not going to have a shot on the 5. Come off of here and in. Did he call the 6? Regardless of what happened, it's Keith's turn, and he does not have a great opportunity. Kicking in here and that way and knocking this down there and letting your cue ball come back here. That might be an idea, but he's elected to kick it in the side, and it was obviously the right choice. Nails it. Absolutely perfect. Wow. Yeah, it's probably not quite that bad right now, Will, but it's probably close. I'm not sure what the added body language there was there for Keith. Maybe he felt his timing was a little off and he let that go a little early. Keith just needs to slide that 8 by. Doesn't need to let the cue ball run too much, but unfortunately, he's going to have to put some topspin. So this might be an extremely slow roll to hold that cue ball. He was able to hit that harder than I thought, and he controlled the cue ball well. But the best part about this match is neither guy is running away with it, and every time the other guy gets ahead a little bit, the other guy reels him in. $1.39. Yeah, yeah, that's about right. Yeah, so yeah, about $4,500, $5,000 US. Just doing math in my head. $14-13, Keith Yip leading Janri Cruz in a race to 21 for 7,000 Canadian dollars. Now I gotta look it up. I was close. I said 5,000. It's 5,041.62. So there you go. Blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while. Rack number 28 to break, Mr. Keithia. You notice the elevation he has on his cue. Watch the cue ball as it pops off the 1. It had that little hop. Oh no, the 6 ball is going to kick it. Is that dry? Wow. Ball's moving everywhere. Spread out all over the table. And it broke dry. That cat's so weird. He wants to be near you, so he comes into the room, but he sits as far away as possible. I don't get it. Yeah, it's a few beans. Janner's really hoping that cue ball has a couple more rotations in it, can get behind the 3. Oh, he was trying to get on the other side of the 8, and then he would have been behind the 9-ish. But as it is, he's left Keith a bit of a tester, trying to pot this one, get over there for that 2. So we started at 5 o'clock today. These guys have been playing for 4.5 hours. Really? Doesn't seem like that. It's actually not bad. It's 10 minutes a game, including breaks. They haven't taken very many breaks, but they've taken a couple. Racking. That's not bad. So a little bit of oh, thanks, Will. I know that like I'd like to do more commentary, and with practice, even though I keep saying this, and preparation, I should get a little cleaner and a little bit more, a little bit less to do with the production end of it. It's just the problem is I don't do enough daily, so I'm kind of relearning every couple of weeks when I have to do something. So, but other projects are ending soon, so I should be able to focus on this. Speaking of focusing on this, oh, is that did not come out, so it's safe. Kicking out at one rail is gonna be a trick. Oh, he's just using the mirror trick. The problem with that is because the cue ball's close to this side rail. When you hit it, it's gonna come out of there funny. See it? See it twist? Did you see it twist on that? Watch as it comes off. Anyway, I screwed it up by getting my mouse in the road there. But yeah, you can avoid that. Well, or sorry, you can't avoid that because you're gonna hit it like that with topspin. It's going to do that. Or if you hit it with bottom spin, it's going to keep that spin after hitting the rail, and it looks like it warps. But it's all due to rotational, I don't know if I'm using the right term, inertia. One on the side. Just follow it up, get the cue ball there for the two. That should be okay. Should be fine. Same spot on the other rail. Ought to work out just beautiful. I am working on a stats sheet so that as I figure out how to make it, as I'm doing commentary on one of these events, if I can stop doing the production and focus on commentary and stats, I should be able to open up a stats sheet and tell you how their braking's going, what their potting percentage is, stuff like that. I really do believe in, as much as it's sometimes tedious to watch the matches and get the stats, stats really help sports. Look at baseball. I mean, baseball is like all stats. You can look up anything you want in baseball and hockey and football and basketball. I mean, the stats available are insane. And it makes for great water cooler conversation the next day. And debate. You get to debate based on, you know, maybe this guy had better stats in this area, but not that area. So who's better and blah, blah, blah. It's all just good entertainment, good, clean fun. Oh no. Oh, is it going to come through? I think he got there. Although his body language would suggest that he did not. While they sit here and talk about this, I'm going to put the music back up and I'm going to go get a beverage because my throat is getting dry. And we're back. Well, going for cross banks, if you're going to hit them, you want to make sure you miss them. If you're going to miss them, you want to miss them short. Which baseball game were you watching there, Will? It's postseason now, isn't it? Shows you how much I know about baseball. Which is like nothing. Or not much. Keith missing the 4, but getting a little fortunate. Although I'm not sure how fortunate he's gotten there. I'm pretty sure Janri's going to take one look, turn around, and head back for his jump cue. Because that, my friends, is makeable. I was going to look something up. Baseball. Well, stretched out, barely being able to stroke that 5, but at least he's shooting it. He's able to make that jump shot. I'd get the rake. But if you don't need to, you don't need to. That sounds like a decent weekend, Will. Other than, I guess, if you're a Mets fan, if the Mets lost, that probably wouldn't be good for the weekend. Janri Cruz trying to draw straight off the 7 to that side rail past the side pocket to play the 8 into the top right-hand corner. Nice, good, clean stroke. Didn't get there. Did not get there. I don't think he was trying what I described now that I see the result. I think maybe I had to go at it. Keith in a bit of a pickle here. Janri played a nice safety on that 8. You've really got to hit this with some speed. And you don't want to put top in it. If anything, you want to put a little bit of bottom spin on it so that when it comes off that rail, it comes off truer. Top spin can warp it left. Oh, wow. Oh. I mean, yeah, he's got a real ugly shot on the 9, but if he makes it, he's got a shot of the 9, like regardless of where he is. I mean, that's a great effort. Janri a little slow, would have liked to have been further, at least to center of table, another foot. Still, more than capable of making this. And there it is. Oh, but that cue ball's getting away. It's coming all the way down here. You want to keep those on the same half anyway. But like I said, he just made a similar one on the 9. No reason why he can't make the 10, although he's drawing off this 10. This will kill the spin on the cue ball, so it shouldn't run as far. Watch the cue ball, and it doesn't have enough speed. So nice shot from Janri Cruz to tie it up. 14 apiece. Thank you to everyone who's thrown a thumbs up, heart, smiley face, and even an angry one, because that's part of the algorithm. I have no idea what part. It's funny how we run out of gas by that time of the weekend, isn't it? You know, Monday evening. So these two guys are set for the long haul. It's now basically a race to 7. So we've basically got a little over, well, that's 13 games. That's 2 hours. About 2 hours left. If it goes hill. We will have an interruption in the stream tomorrow night. I have to go do the dad thing of picking up my daughter. Yep. Some things do take precedent. Kiddos are one of them. Jabos are the other necessary item. Rack 29. Mr. Janri Cruz to break. Just about loses the cue ball, but keeps it short of that side pocket and keeps it out. But he's not going to make a ball. And the way it's laid up, the 6 to the 7-8 are going to be the trick. If Keith can work his way through the 1 to the 6, that is. Should be okay here. Just bump into the 5 a little bit. Oh, missed the 1. Too much emphasis on the shape on the 2. Making sure he hits the 5 nice and solid. So, yeah, you don't see that very often from Keith, but it does happen. That's a pretty good observation, Will. I agree with you. That being said, it really depends on who catches the gear first and what sparks it. Because I think there's time for one momentum swing left. It's usually every 7 games. There's a momentum swing. 7 to 10 games. There's usually a change in momentum. Not always, but usually. A little bit tricky. He doesn't really have the right angle that he'd like. But he's going to try and feed this down table. The problem is he's going pretty close to between the 10 and the 3. But it all depends on how you hit it the first couple of inches off the 2. Oh, and he played great shape. Forgot, well, didn't forget, but didn't quite cinch the pot. Yes, definitely will. You're right. There has been more defense, but... And the guys are getting tired. Because like I said, we started at 5 o'clock. We started a little bit before 5. And it's now 10. Really? No. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so it's a little over 10 minutes a game. Isn't bad for 10 ball. Hey, Aaron. Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated. Wish I could do more of these. As a matter of fact, if you've got a decent you know what? Just hook up with Elo Stream, get the system put into your local bar or your local pool hall, and let me know when you're playing. I can pull the feed from anywhere, add the commentary and the production, and showcase you guys. But you do need the Elo Stream system. So again, contact Justin Lee over at Elo Stream. I know Esports is using it, I think, for their tournaments. It's a pretty cool system. With lots more on the way, it's just taking time to develop. Got the wrong angle to get on the 4 here. Gonna have to power this into the end rail and spin it out. Although, realistically, if you get into this area, you still got the 4, so do you really need to power it? Nope. And Janri agrees. Here it is, though, the sequence that's gonna set up the win. Oh, wow. It's just barely got angle. So that's why he's taking his time to look at this. He's almost dead straight in. And, I mean, if he can get to here, he can play the 5 and work the 6 somehow. You know, the cue ball's coming that way, so he can come out and get back out into the middle for the 6. He's going to try and stop it right there, or is he stunning through it? Or is he doing another drag shot? stunned it over and did so nicely. Would have loved another couple of inches over, but, you know, sometimes you can only do so much. So we got 3 players on the U.S. Mosconi Cup team. Of course, everybody by now knows who they are. Shane Van Boning, Skylar Woodward, and Oscar Dominguez. Who are going to be the other 2? The other 2 captains' picks? Billy Thorpe and Tyler Steyer? And as much as the Cinderella story of Greg Hogue needing only one more win, if he had have won that last match against Mark Bisterbosch, he would have qualified, and not qualified, but actually stole or earned a spot on the Mosconi Cup based on his play and his results this year and money earnings. Mr. Albert Augustine playing tomorrow, correct? Against Edwin, was it? I just have so many little things bouncing around in my head there. I frequently forget. Yeah, against Edwin Kula. That'll be a good match. I haven't had you on the stream before, but I'm looking forward to it. And this is the tricky part. Can he pinch the 7 bank side, get the cue ball out of the way so he doesn't double kiss it, and hold it there for the 8? Not a bad result. Playing the safety, using that 9. Keith. Going airborne. Oh, he called the long bank, though. So that's going to bring Janri back. Although, to be fair, Janri could give this back to him. If for some reason he's looking at it and he doesn't like it, he just doesn't feel it, he could give it back to him. I don't think he will. I think that would be, even if you're not feeling it, you gotta take it on. You just can't give a pretty makeable shot to your opponent. Yeah, make it with a little bit of, just a hair left, and you'll keep it straight across the table. The top spin it picks up is going to bring it across table. Yeah, you're basically going back and forth. Oh, he's playing it with bottom. He doesn't like trying to keep it on that side of the side pocket. Or maybe not. Now it looks like he's played a little bit of left, a little bit of top. Just to keep it straight. Roll it in. Oh, not enough left. And a really nice shot on the 8. rolling it in like that and keeping the speed of the cue ball under very good control. But now he's got to bank the 9. There's just no two ways about it. Or he can cut it in, but that's pretty ridiculously tough cut. I think the bank is the better option. Oh, where did I find those posters? Looks like Janri's going with the bank. Oh, he doesn't like it. He's gonna play a safe. That's it. You gotta hit this enough pace to get that 9 ball past that side pocket. If you play this with weight to just leave that 9 here, that's so dangerous. But he's done a great job. I don't believe he's got the hook. I think Keith has a cut all the way down the rail. I mean, do you really want to shoot it? No, but you'll take it. Keith for the cut. And the lead again. Hit the table. Hit the table with his hand, it looked like. That'll upset you. But, well, it would upset me. Keith is probably already over it. Pretty calm and cool, that guy is. Or at least that's all we see on the outside. That's all I can go by, though. So this is one of the matches we have tomorrow. If the number's correct, which I think it is, I don't have confirmation of it, but it looks like there's 20K in the middle. Albert, can you confirm? And then tomorrow at 5 p.m., Paul Mack versus Asher Fabia. 4K in the middle, 10 ball race to 18. Edwin Kula and Albert Augustine are doing race to 21 from 2 p.m. Four ball, 5 ball, long, 3 ball, 4 rails doesn't drop. That's a dry break. And no shot on the 1 for Keith Yip. He's going to have to kick at it off that side rail or play a push. That 3 ball makes that pocket pretty big, so I'm not sure you want to push anywhere where they can bank it that way. You know, I might push here. And just push for a jump shot. Wow, I can't tell. Yep, that's a good hit. Good hit. He hit it on the way in. Wow. Hey, instant replay came in handy. Handy for me. I'm not sure if those guys could see it. I don't know if they've got it up on the screen or what, but yeah, just before it hits the rail, it just clipped the one. Excuse me. Oh. Well, can he jump that? I think that's a possible jump shot there. Wow, he's got the one rail kick as well, right? You would have liked to freeze him just on the other side of that 5, but either way, unless you freeze him flat on the 5, he's got a one rail kick on that 1, and it looks like he's calling the 3. Gotta have enough pace to get there, and he missed it. That's gonna be 2. How is Keith gonna get him on the 3rd one? How would you 3-foul him here? And then roll that cue ball right into there. Or do you knock the 1 ball? I know I'm not getting my angles right here, but you could knock that 1 ball. No, that's not going to go. You know what I'm talking about. 2 rails into this area and leave the cue ball in this area. Well, that'll work. It does have the 1 rail kick, though. But that's it. That'll be that rack. To take a 16-15 lead and get within 5 of the end, Keith Yip gets a 3-foul win. I want to look at that slow-mo again. And just as it gets there, you can see it just clip it before the rail. He's leading 16-15, right? It wasn't 15. Yeah, he just hasn't added his score yet. And that should pop up in a second. No? Am I wrong? Oh, it was 14. Okay. My bad. 15-15, all tied up. Hey, it's been a little over 5 hours, getting close to 5.5 hours here. I'm a little wobbly mentally because of work, not because I've been leveraging. Because milk doesn't do that to you. At least I hope not. It's gonna be weird. So all tied up. Dry break. It'll bring Janri back to the table. He'll clear the template off. And then promptly play a safe on this. Well, maybe if he can see the left edge of the one, he might cut this in. Bring the cue ball 2 rails around. No, he can't see enough of it to make it, but he can sure see enough of it to get safe. Or did he? Did he leave the edge out? Did he fall a little short there? Yeah, looks like Keith has an edge. Is he just going to roll this into the 2 and the 5 and leave the cue ball in the end rail? Or is he going to try and get the cue ball in and out of there? I don't know. Can't tell. I can't see. Well, wide open here for Janri. Just gotta pot the 1, draw it off that side rail in behind the 2. 3 balls right there. Everything's open. It's just keeping the cue ball nice and clean and in line. Gonna play the 2 ball up to the top right. No messing around with trying to get fancy and draw it around and spin it around things. Janri's getting to work. They don't call him the mechanic for nothing. Well, that looks close. I'm not sure he got there, and he's taking a second look at it from the other end. Doesn't look extremely happy about it. I'm going to say that he didn't get there. Doing the tap tap tappy on the table. Yeah, he's looking at where he's going to have to cut it. Oh, he had enough room. He was picking the cue ball's route. Oh boy. That threaded right through the 5-6. Went way long, and now he's got a crazy angle on the 4. From that 4, he has to try and hold it on the 5. Things are not getting easier for Janri here. He's got some work to do in this rack to get out. He's just going to play safe here. Yep. Oh, he cuts it in, comes 3 rails out into the center of the table for great shape on the 5. That's a great recovery. Great recovery. You can stun that into the rail, come back out into the center of the table, just to the left of the 5 and play the 6 on the side. That's going to go a little long, but that's still going to be fine. You had a large target area there, so it's not like you missed, right? Still in pretty good position. On the 8, looks like it slides past the 10, but it also looks like it's not a full pocket. Janri really looks like he's ready to attack this table. Summoning up reserves of energy to make sure he keeps his focus. Beautiful shot on the 8. Great control of the cue ball to get it stopped at midway. Now all he has to do is draw it to the side rail. He may be straight enough, he just stuns it over as well. I can't really tell. Just stuns it over. And again, taking the lead. 16 to 15. This is a heck of a match, folks. Janri Cruz within 5 of winning. Keith Yip only 1 behind him, so he only needs 6. It's going to get slower as we get closer to the end. These guys are going to want to slow down, take a little bit more time, be a little bit more sure of what they're doing. Holy cow, we still got over 50 people in the room. Hey, thank you everybody for stopping in. Much appreciated. If you like what you see, give it a thumbs up. Don't hesitate to follow Pickin' Billiards. We will be switching to YouTube, so keep an eye out on that. A little bit more friendly of a platform, I think. A little bit more universal. Everything running around. Watch that 2-ball. 2-ball drops, but the cue ball has decided to hide from the 1. Doesn't want to play at all. Had enough. Oh, hey, John. You're up there on John Walding. You're up there on the YouTube stream. I got a few streams or a few screens up and running. So. You are certainly right. We'll push out here for the 1. I don't mind what he's looking at right there. The only thing is, I think if you push out to there and you leave that kick, you're going to be the one that's hooked. And the more I think about it, the more I really don't like pushing it over there. If you leave that cue ball in this zone here, you're just offering Keith too good of an opportunity to kick and stick and let that 1 ball go up table and leave you stuck in behind that 5. Oh, you're going to get that one back, I think. Well, again, you are leaving it when you can see the ball. There is a safety there, thinning the one and bringing the cue ball 2 rails up here. So that safety's there. Do you give it back, jacked up over the 9? Keith is thinking about it. He doesn't want to give it back because he knows what Janri's going to do to him. He's going to try and tuck that 1 ball on the end rail and get that cue ball in on the 5. But he's elected to say, you know what? That's going to be a really tricky shot. You take it. You get to make the attempt. And you get to have the biggest opportunity to make the mistake. If he does pull it off, though, it's a heck of a shot. And that looks good. Oh, it's not going to get him behind the 6, though. Little shy. So, based on that outcome, good decision by Keith, yep, to push that back to Janri. Now, can Keith get down there for the 3? No, but he is going to give, well, is that a shot that Janri really wants to take on? He really can't do much other than go straight after it. It's almost lined up perfectly at the pocket. He's got to cut it a little bit left, but I think that he's cutting it so thin that he's just going to hit the 7. Can't even stun, like he's got to stun all the way up here. Can he do that? I don't know. That looks like a tall order. Tall order. He's thinking about it, though. Oh, he could cut it in the side. Cut it with the side and just get the speed right. You could cut it in the side and bring the cue ball down here and play a safety with the 3 ball up here and the cue ball into that zone. Oh, he elected to just play the safety right off that. And that's a pretty darn good safety. Not so sure you can spin that in. You might be able to masse it a little bit and then count on the spin going after it. Oh, no more I look at that. He's got this. Oh, you needed to hit that with a little bit more speed, Keith. Janri back to the table. Again, no real motivation to make the 1 unless he feels he can draw off of this between the 8 and the side pocket and get shape on that 3. He got the rail and he got the safety. Not being able to take control of the rack, but he's not giving up control of the rack either. Sorry, he is keeping control of the rack, but he's just he's not cinching it. You know what I mean? He's not getting that 1 ball where he can play shape on the 3. This is going to be a tricky one. I think if he goes around the 6 and 5, I don't think he hits the 1. I think he has to come inside the 6. Oh, what do I know? Wow, I didn't even think of that. I didn't even see that. I didn't see that shot. I thought the 5 was blocking that attempt. And he just barely misses the 5. It's up there, and now he's got to look at the 2. Sorry, the 3. Fantastic shot. Oh, but he's left the 3 out over the pocket. The table's wide open now. He's got to hope Janri makes a mistake. And while mistakes do happen, Janri plays pretty sporty, so I don't see him making too many too many mistakes. Looks like they have taken a quick break here, folks. So I want to take a look at that hit again. Such a good hit. Unfortunate result on the 3 afterward, but just clips that 1 ball perfectly. Janri Cruz. Trying to pop this 4 ball on the side and draw back on the 5. Does a nice job. Gets a good angle off this. Should just be able to get to the side rail and come back out between the 6 and the 8. For the 6 in the same pocket as the 5. You want to get right on the 8. You don't want to be jacked up over the 8. Just between the 6 and the 8. Just like that. Would have preferred another, like a half a ball rotation. And then he could stick right there for the 7. Because as you can see now, he's looking, oh man, he's got angle towards the 7. He doesn't want to play it that way. And he's going to have to slow roll it to hold it there. Yeah, I don't like that, the pink 4. It is what it is. I don't like the orange or whatever it was. Yeah, the pink 4 and the purple 5. I'm just not a fan. I don't think we needed to change, but we have, so I'll get over it. And one day, maybe I will forget that the 4 was purple. And it's now pink. I just wish they were all consistent. Like all the ball manufacturers get together and just made one darn color set. Overcooks it. It's gone about a foot and a half too far on the 8. You see, he's showing his frustration with that shot. But again, right? Like Janri shoots good. You know, he knows that's exactly, like, he's showing you exactly where he wanted to be. He knows what to do. He's just working through the process. that going to keep going? It's going to go far enough. That's a nice recovery. Oh, he's not happy with it, but you know, it's really not that bad. I know you'd rather be another 6 inches further along, and then he'd have a much easier position shot from the 9 to the 10. You see, he's trying to, you know, see, he took the template off the table, so he's trying to control his environment, get rid of distractions. See? Told you to make the 9. He's got the 10 here, and he'll take a 2-game lead. Keith will now come back and win the next 2 games, and we'll stay tied at 17, going to 21. And it will effectively be a race to 4 for 7,000. Ooh. I'll be honest with you, I was a little nervous there. That looked like it was going to hit the horn and bobble. Didn't bobble at all, but you know, from my vantage point, it looked a little touchy. So Janri Cruz up 17 to 15. He's going to be playing Lito Attendito tomorrow. This is a good warm-up for him, help him get the table down. And I'm sure tomorrow he'll come with a little bit more comfort on the table. And Lito, I think, is a 682. So, you know, just a little bit of a difference between Janri and Yip compared to Janri and Lito. So he'll have to bring a little bit more to the table. But like I said, he'll be a little bit more comfortable. So a little bit more is going to come. There's the 4 ball in the side. 1 ball has been kicked out into an area that works. If he can slow roll the 1 in, pretty sure the 2 passes, 3's there. From the 3, the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are workable. Not super easy because you got to move the cue ball a little bit. And it's not just a stop shot road mount. But they're workable. Oh, and the 1 ball doesn't fall. He's coming to the table when he didn't think he was going to get there. You can just pot the 2, right? Leave the cue ball right there. That angle will bring the cue ball off the 3 out there for the 4. He's just taking a look at it now. He doesn't want to come too far out because then he can just float down for the 6. There you go. He wants to be that far out, eh? I would have thought he would have been happier here. And then the 5 in the side, the cue ball will go into the rail and up. This has got to be exhausting. You guys have been going for almost 6 hours now. 10:45 will be 6 hours. Great shape on the 6. Keith looking like he's caught a second win here. Even though he's moving a little bit stiff-legged. That's what happens when you get a little tired. That needs to slow down. Slow down. All right, well, corner pocket it is. Or side. Either one will work. If you play the side, the 10 ball is in play. Can you get past it and back out for the 8? If you play the corner, that makes the shot a little harder, but your shape is a little easier. What can you do? Oh, you made them both and left the 9 for the side. I'm just kidding. No, Will, they're not drinking. They're just getting tired. They've been playing as hard as they can for almost 6 hours now, so they're a little tired. Probably all work today as well. Maybe. Well, even if Janri didn't work today, he probably traveled today. And we all know how easy that is on you. Oh no. Keith hanging up the 9 ball. The only hope here is that Janri's come in after sitting for a little bit here. And he's got to do a power draw shot. And basically bring the cue ball right back to where it is. Oh, that was beauty. A little bit of top right hand spin. Check it on that end rail and bring it right back down table. There it is. The first 3-game lead of the match. Keith's got to reel him in now. If he has any hope of catching up, he's got to start doing it now. Janri looks like he's catching his second win here. He's certainly moving quicker. Looks like he's got some energy. I think he's going to make that 4 ball in the side pocket again. So 4 ball side pocket. And just a little bit of top spin. So once it pops off the 1, it kind of checks itself and then rolls up table towards, or up table towards him on the right hand side. Just on the right side of center. I can't get there in time. Just about made the 4. 6 went down. And the 1 ball is potable. The 8 ball actually helps the situation here because after potting the 1, the cue ball can go into the 8 and slide right across. Maybe not quite there, but you know, anywhere in that section will get it done for the 2. Just making the pot. Leave it right there. Janri taking another thinking about it. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Got the safety on him. And while Keith takes a quick look to figure this out, keep in mind, November 16th to the 20th, the Vancouver Island 8-ball and 9-ball, the pool championships, are at the Vancouver Island Conference Center in Nanaimo, BC. I'll update that poster with some dates and stuff. But Kickin' Billiards will be there, and we will be in Penticton at the end of January. So, lots of stuff coming up. It's gonna be fun. Got a new camera toy. See if we can't set this up over at Q1 for a little bit and see how that works. Wow, that was a great attempt and a pretty good result. Didn't sell it out. Got a little fortunate roll there at the end. Janri might look for the cross bank, but I think that's a double kiss with the cue ball. Might play if there's a gap between the 1 and the 9, you might play the 1-9 combination back that way. Just an idea. What's the longest session anybody here has played pool? Now, no breaks. You're just you and your opponent on the table, and you played, and you played, and you played. And you know, when I say no breaks, I mean yeah, you got to go to the washroom, but it's not like you started play at a tournament. Your team had a match at 9 in the morning, and then you had a match at 2 in the afternoon, and then you had the match at 7. Not that. I mean straight play, start to finish. What's the longest you've ever played? Keith needs that to run. He's left that open. If he hadn't have bumped the 3 away, yes, Janri would be in trouble. Give me a second here. I just lost the screen, so I will find it again. Okay. Well, I think. Well, no, I don't believe he got the hook there. Maybe Keith can't see the whole thing, but maybe he can. It's really tough to tell from this angle. $7 Dave. Yeah. Yeah. Russell, I think that's the most I've ever played. No, I don't think it was 12. I think it was only about 10 hours. I kept getting interrupted by work. I'd have to go and work, or I'd be leaving work and then playing, and then I'd have to go sleep so I could go to work. Albert the Animal Augustine, eh? That's a cool nickname. That's cool. Not quite able to get that cue ball in there. I find there's a few safeties out these days, right? Like, I mean, just playing 10 ball, you got to be a little bit more careful. Oh, 4 hours of one pocket? Yeah, that'd be tough. Just, I mean, with 9 ball or with rotation pool, you have some decisions to make, but a lot of the options really aren't there because you're only allowed to hit one ball at a time, like the lowest ball on the table. And there's only so much you can do with it. You know, you might have a couple of options between safes or a couple of options between patterns as to how you should play it if you're going to pot it here and around the, but there's only so many decisions. With one pocket, your decisions are the level of your creativity. And when your creative mind gets going, it can burn up a lot of energy. Edwin and Albert should start at 2 p.m. tomorrow, Russell. Hey, no problem. Keith with an opportunity here. He's going to make that one and bust out the 3. Needs to clip the 3 fairly stiff so that cue ball can come across the table for the 2. That's perfect. Is Keith going to go on a roll now? He's running out of time. It's been neck and neck up until 15, and then the last 3 games, Janri's kind of put them together. I know Keith missed that 9 ball we thought he was going to make to sell out one game. Oh, off the horn and in the side. Had to play it with some speed just to get the ball to the pocket, but anytime you add speed to it, you decrease control. Sometimes that's going to happen to you. These are our 2 combatants today, Keith Yip and Janri Cruz, out of Richmond, BC and Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. That looks like it's going to give Janri the angle he wants to come across and play this 5 into the bottom right corner pocket. Just checking his line. Now this is the tricky part. Does that 8 go by the 9? I think it does. If it does, then he's okay. Oh, this will be interesting. Just working out what he can do with that 8. That's crazy coming off that side horn like that. Yikes. Can he fit in there and play a safety? I don't think so. I think your best bet might be to just kind of thin it as thin as you can and get the cue ball down table here. Oh, and he cuts it in, and he's gonna have shape. That was a fantastic shot. Oh, wow. He's gonna have to do it again though, up and down. This one isn't as hard. But anything can go wrong here. I really do hope they don't have the stream up on the big screen with the audio going. Because that would be the ultimate shark. Like, you guys, be nice. And I know they don't. I'm just kidding. It would be a horrible situation if it was. Gotta get your mind right. I'm gonna replay this cut on the 8-ball. Like, just like butter. Right through there. Oh, and he overcuts the 9. And is he gonna sell it out? No. Keith is coming to the table with a horrible stroke of luck about not really having anything to shoot at, but he's going to thin this 9 and send this cue ball all the way up table. That's not going to get to the end rail, but it's not going to leave. Oh yeah, Janri's upset with himself right now. He knows that was a great opportunity. And now he's forced into a long bank. Or is he just going to play the split safety? Looks like a split safety. By that, I mean he's going to split the table and leave them on either sides of the 10 ball. That 9 ball looks like a spider now. I'm getting tired. And he overcuts the 9 again. Hits the 10. Corner hooks him? No. That is deep in the jaws. I think it's too far away from the horn to be a corner hook, though. Keith is looking at it, but he didn't react much. So I'm gonna say, oh yeah. I'm gonna say that he can see it. Oh, he's not rushing to shoot it. So, okay, yeah, no, he's just taking his time. He's slow down. Table seems to be speeding up as the night wears on. $18-16, Keith Yip not going away. That last game was in Janri's complete control. He's not going to be happy with the way that ended. After that cut on the 8 ball, to leave himself even better on the 9 ball and not make it. That's a tough scenario to push through. But he's pretty good, and I can certainly see him pushing that aside and coming back with a run out the very next time he gets to the table. He'll finish the rack. That being said, I wouldn't be too surprised if Keith breaks and runs this with no pressure, no stress showing on his face. He's pretty calm, cool, and collected, that fella. Oh, I know. That's game number 34 of that game. And there's a ball down. That 6 ball is going to get in the road of the cue ball, though. You can see Keith staring at it. Probably hates the 6 ball right at this moment. One ball's too close to the rail for Keith to play a rail first shot, so he's going to play a push out. Probably going to shoot the... No, is he going to shoot the 10 into the 9? Push the 9 to the side rail? Tie up that 8-9 scenario? Or is he just going to push the cue ball there? Just pushing the cue ball. Janri not going to pass up an open look at a ball. At least I don't think he will. I mean, to be fair, if he decides not to, the 2 ball's not in a wonderful position. Yeah, he gave it back. Now, the only problem is here is, was Janri looking at that thinking purely offensive? Because the cross bank with the 2-way safety is there too. Cross bank the 1. I just thought I saw a spider on my desk. I'm seeing spiders. And now he can play safe on the 2. He's looking at how to get that cue ball down in behind that 10-9, or is it just the other side of the 5? Just the other side of the 5, that's going to come out. That almost looks like he wasn't decided whether he was going to just stay behind the 5 or go down to the 10-9. That's a great idea, John. Ginseng tablets and salad. I do know that when you're at a tournament and you're going to be out there all day, you shouldn't really go out and eat a heavy meal like a big burger and fries or anything. You should have some smaller snacks during the day. Bananas are good. Good for dealing with stress, right? I forget what vitamins in there. But yeah, nuts, good for energy if you're not allergic to them. Then I wouldn't recommend it. Just saying, you know, shock and all that stuff. It's yeah. Avoid nuts if you're allergic to them. Yeah, pretty simple. Almonds, yep. And these are things that are light, easy to carry, and water. You know, don't drink so much that you're taking a lot of washroom breaks. Did that last rack throw Janri off? I've never seen him so demonstrative. Demonstrative? I don't know how you say that. You say it one of those 2 ways. Or a third way that somebody else has not told me yet. I don't know. Guys are getting so tired now. You know, you wouldn't think a race to 21 would take so long, but when it goes neck and neck this long, I mean, it's a tough go. Tough go. There's a nice little bump, what I call a little bump safety. You're just bumping the object ball to the other side of a blocking ball and leaving the cue ball there. Doesn't take much effort. Doesn't get you many ball in hands, because Keith is most likely going to hit this. And truth be told, I wouldn't be too surprised if he makes it. I've seen him kick in quite a number of balls. His position will be there as well, as he'll slide over for the pink 4. Wants that to run. Did not run. So the biggest risk for kicking offensively is in general, you're lucky if you go back to the table if you don't make it. Excuse me. Be right back. Gotta get a drink. Okay, yeah, I'm back. You know, after you know 6.5 hours, you need a break. I get the feeling Janri's summoning up the last of, or like his reserves here to make sure he puts his focus down and bears down and gets out of this this set as quickly as he can, because he knows it's getting late and he's gonna have to play again in 12 hours, and that's gonna be another marathon match. Of course, Russell. That's why I chose the name Kickin'. Because the kick shot's one of my favorite shots. It's one of the ones that nobody expects you to make. You're not even looking at the ball that you're trying to kick in, because you're usually picking a spot on the rail and just gauging it. And yeah. And I'm horrible at them, so. Bank shots are cool. Janri with a little bit of a cut on the 10 ball to go up 19-16 to regain that 3-game lead. Just trying to pick his spot here so he doesn't make the 10 and scratch in this bottom left corner pocket. Because none of us have ever done that before, and we know how, and we don't know how frustrating that is. So, banking and kicking. There you go. Top right corner pocket. Get within 2. You can tell there's some pressure here, eh? Earlier on in the set, they were just knocking these in. No problem. But when you're getting down to the nitty-gritty, down to the last few racks, man, it's important to cinch these. Watch his head. We'll see how nervous he is. If he stays down and still, I bet you this goes in. If he pops up, might miss it. Oh! Wow, did he pop up? That was quite the reaction. He thought he missed it. Oh, he thought he missed it. Whew. So that'll be 19 for Janri Cruz. Keith just wants another attempt at the table. Ideal scenario for Keith right now is that Janri breaks dry and Keith runs it out. That'll rebuild his confidence. And of course, ideal for Janri right now as he breaks and runs out an easy rack. The 4 and the 5 are down. 2 and the 3 staying up by the 1, but the 7's going to spoil the party and block the cue ball at the 1. Janri may be feeling froggy here and kick at it because that kick to the side is there. Is he walking around to look at it? I mean, even if you miss the kick to the side. No, he's going to kick safe. No, he called it. He is kicking it to the side. The best part about this is if he does make it, that cue ball will probably stick around for a shot on the 2. That's, oh, just short. And it rolls off the template. Wonder what that could have looked like had the template not been there. But you know what? For the consistency that the template gives you on the racking, I'll take the odd bump and roll. So close, and he had shape on the 2. In behind the 6 and the 3. No, sir, but the, oh, and the 6 takes a bump, comes out, and closes off the alleyway to the 1. Shuts the door. Puts a speed bump in the way. However you want to say it. Janri doesn't care. He's going airborne. He's going to drill this one in the corner. Pop the cue ball 2 rails. Just come past the 7 and have the 2 in this bottom left corner. Watch him dig into this one as it goes. Well, he didn't sell out. Certainly not a sellout. Now, what you may see here is a bank on the 1 and drift that cue ball in here. I don't know if he's got enough room to cue it that hard though, right? Because you gotta have a good follow through to get that speed on it. And you're gonna have to hit it fairly good. I'm not sure. You got the 1 ball. Oh no! He didn't call the 1 on the side, so at least I didn't see him call it. So that's going to be Janri's choice to accept the table, which I think he's going to. If he can pot that 2, if that 2 is potable from there. Nope. So Keith coming to the table. The good part about this is that he can see the 2. And he may end up knocking the 2 ball up and down table and getting the cue ball into here. Risky. Certainly risky. Oh, the double kiss. Is it going to go past? That's going past the 7. That's going to set up on the 2. Unfortunate for Keith, but a great opportunity for Janri. He would love to get to the hill right now. Hey, John, thank you very much for coming by and watching as much as you did. I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm just kind of getting used to watching the streams for the messages. I do have a feature on the software that allows me to bring it into the stream. I should probably do that next time. That'd be easier. I forgot to do that this time. Anyway, thank you very much. Two balls down. This, it's pretty easy from here. The 10 ball is taking away just a hair of that corner pocket, but I think that won't be a problem for Janri. Just needs to pop out by the head string, and he'll have that 6. Needs to get there. That'll work. Maybe a little softer than he would have liked, because now whatever he does on the 7 ball, that cue ball's coming across the 7's position. Not the easiest way to play it. Seven ball in the same corner. And I think he might have a decent line on that. Well, maybe not. He might be a little tricky. You might have to just stun the cue ball this way right off that 7. It's got angle. He can roll it. He can make it go. Well, he would have preferred to have more angle, I think. Because he can't play the 9 into this bottom right corner pocket. He's going to have to go around. Yeah, you can see his body language. He's shaking his head. Didn't want to end up there. Welcome to everybody on YouTube. If you wouldn't mind hitting the like button, thank you very much. And hit that notification bell up in the top right hand corner. That's where it is on my screen. I don't know where it is on your screen. We're going to be live again tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, boy. Got the bank side. But that's what can happen when you get a little nervous. I heard, and I'm not going to take credit for this because I literally heard Jeremy Jones talking about it today. How, this could be interesting. Karam on the 10. Are they allowing early 10s? I don't know. Anyway, I heard Jeremy Jones saying today, like, one of the signs of somebody who's nervous or playing nervous is they'll mean to draw the ball, but they won't draw it enough because the tip comes up because they're stepping or they're lifting their head, they're standing up a little bit. Messes with the stroke, messes with the accuracy. Not sure how Janri's going to play this. You play the cross bank. You just roll up to it again. Janri's not sure how Janri wants to play this, and I don't blame him. That's not going to work. That's going to send that 9-ball right up over the corner pocket. Keith is going to come down and pocket this. He's just going to cut it in. Let the cue ball run around 2-3 rails. Maybe 4 rails and shoot the 10 in the same pocket. Nope, just 2 rails back out into the middle. And 1917 coming up, folks. There it is. Back to within 2. We have got a match, folks. Keith not going away. He didn't get a dry break and then a run out, but he still gets the win. And now he's breaking. His break has been marginally more successful than Janri's, but I wouldn't say it's been a deciding factor. All right. Rack number, quickly doing math in my head, 37. Five ball just misses the corner pocket. The 3 ball's going short. 2 ball drops in. Does Keith have a look at the 1? He does. To get within 1, Keith has a great opportunity to run this rack out. The 1's open. The 3 is open. 3 to the 4 is not that difficult. 4 to the 5 might be a little bit tricky with the 7 ball there. 5 to the 6 is simple. The 6, the 7, the 8, the 9, the 10. Those all kind of work together. So this first sequence is going to be the key. And that's working well. Right where he needs to be. Perfect line. I don't know if I'd play it 2 rails. I might try and play 1 rail, come in between the 9-10. Even if you bump one of them, the odds of getting stuck behind them are highly unlikely. Just a hair of right. Oh, forget it. Keith is finding his second gear. Would have loved to come another 8 inches further off the rail. Right now, that 8 ball is going to cause a little bit of a problem with his bridge hand. But he should be able to work out how to get shape on that 6. That's right where he was pointing with his cue. Oh, gosh, now I know I'm tired. I was gonna play the 6 before the 5. Good thing Keith's shooting. Arthur? I have to hit the C translation button there. Cigar. Oh no. And Janri hustles over there. I'm not sure he's happy with what he sees. He's got to jack up around the 7. You know, that 7 ball's right in the road, trying to hamper how to cue it. You know, can you play a little top right and come 3 rails out for that one? It's going to require some jam to get out there and get around. Yep. I'm not sure exactly what that line looks like. I am sure that Janri is not a fan. As much as he wants to be at the table right now, this may not be exactly what he wished he was looking at. Spinning it around 3 rails. Oh, and a friendly little rub on the 8's going to put Janri in great position on the 6. Here he goes. I think that's exactly where Janri wanted, although he's tapping the table like he's not exactly happy with it, but I really don't see a problem with it. I mean, it's stun out to the middle of the table, just past middle of the table. Now, then again, like I've always said, he has the better vantage point, so if there's something wrong with it that he doesn't like, there's got to be a reason for it. Maybe he wanted a little bit more angle so it would be a little easier. I don't know. Janri playing with a little bit of bottom left. Just a little bit. He's trying to get out past center. Watch, he's going to do something completely different. Oh, he's drawing it back to try and play it in the side. Well, it's there. Never would have thought of playing that in the side. That's one of the things that you know, the benefits of sitting here and commentating and analyzing the game is you learn a ton. I didn't even see drawing it back for the side. Eight ball on the side, a little bit distracted. People walking by. Sometimes you need to take a second. Watch hitting the 10. He's so expressive today. I don't remember this from him. Last time he played, it was pretty calm, cool. I think he's cutting that in the top right corner pocket. I think it goes by the 10. There's just not a whole lot of room past there. Plus, he doesn't want to play it with a lot of speed and give himself the same type of cut shot that he has right now. He wants to keep the cue ball down there and play that 10 ball fairly easily next. I have a feeling he's going to put some pace on it, but he wants to roll it in. But he's put too much speed on the cue ball, and now he's left himself super long, right on the 50-yard line. Big shot here. Makes this, he's on the hill and only needs one more. Misses this, he's probably going to sell it out. And Keith will be back within one. That's gonna hang up. Well, he didn't leave it easy. But Keith will take anything at this point, right? I mean, that could have so easily have put Janri on the hill. Keith really needs to take his time, cinch this, and stay within one. If he can somehow pot this, and then go ahead and win the next rack, you know, that'll give him all the confidence in the world. And that's it. We're back within one. Keith Yip trails Janri Cruz 19 to 18, 18 to 19, trails by one. These guys are making a match out of it. We've been going since 4:45, 4:50 this afternoon. These guys really haven't taken very many breaks. No real break to speak of, really. A couple of times they, you know, just stop for a washroom break or something and went right back at it. Keith being pretty careful, making sure he gets that nice, tight template rack. Keith has been pretty good with either, well, with the standard balls off the rack. Probably a little bit better with the two and the three wrapping four rails. Getting one of those. But if he doesn't get one of those, the 4 and the 5 are coming close, if a little long. So maybe just take a hair of the power off. Just a hair. It doesn't take much. 4 ball and the 5 ball still going along. We'll watch that 2 ball track into the corner. It's in. 3 ball is hanging in the corner. The 1 ball is available for potting. Mr. Keith Yip with a golden opportunity to tie this match up with 19, and then it'll be a race 2 for $7,000 in the middle. I'd love to see this go hill. One match for all the kitty litter. All right. I like what he's done here. The trick is getting out of that pocket off the 3 clean. You know, one thing I've noticed about most pool players is you see how Keith keeps his elbow low. The next time you're watching snooker, watch how they hold their cue with their stroking arm when they are using the bridge. That elbow is almost always up 90 degrees. Kind of locks the shoulder out of moving. So it's really hard to move your shoulder when you're doing that stroke. I think it makes it a little easier to shoot like that. That's just my opinion. Something I noticed. That, and when you're watching a player shoot, and say Keith had his hand on the table, and that ring finger started to tap, look out. Seems to be a little bit of an unconscious tell as to when somebody's shooting well. A little bit of a tough miss on the 4 there for Keith, but Janri's coming to the table. Knows he had it to do in the last rack. Doesn't want to do the same thing in this rack. Four ball top left, coming back across for the 5-6 combination, I believe. It's got too much speed. No, that's not so bad. I mean, even if it goes a little further, it's still makeable. It's just you really want that easily potable angle. The one that offers confidence in making it and confidence in moving your cue ball around. Five, 6. Doesn't want to make them both. That might make them both. No, the 5 ball did stop rolling forward. Coming over for the 7. These guys have to be exhausted. I'm exhausted. And I'm not walking around the table. I'm just sitting here talking about pool and I'm exhausted. Just about 7 hours. Coming across. Stretched out like this decreases your accuracy. That's going to run a bit. That might work. Might work, but you may be forced to draw short on the short side of the 8 ball. Oh, something tells me these next few racks are not going to be quick. Oh, and for the record, I don't blame them at all. Nice little draw shot there on the 8-ball in perfect position. Cutting the 8 in, coming out up table, just straight off that end rail. Okay, here we go. Right off of there. And the best part about this is it doesn't matter if you're here or if you're here. If you're on this side, you push forward. If you're on this side, you draw back. It's just the way it is. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Must have been straighter than I thought. Now watch this. It wasn't too long ago that Keith missed a 9-ball on the side. Double horned it. Everything's a little bit straight. If he draws it back, he's not going to have much room. Well, I think that's too far. Called the bank. Did he change the call? I didn't see. I think he's still banking it to the side. He's really feeling it here. That's in. No, off the horn. Oh my gosh, and that's going to roll right down there. That's cuttable from there. Keith does have to pay attention to where the cue ball's going. Wow. To tie it up after being down 3 games. Guys are really feeling the pressure. And Keith drops it in. 19-19, race to 21 for $7,000. We're headed to Hill Hill, baby. Oh, I love it. I love the fact that you can sit here and watch pool for this many hours and it's this much fun. I hope you guys are all enjoying it. Holy 77 folks in the room. Thank you very much, folks. Much appreciated. If you can hit the like button, the share button, follow Kickin' Billiards. We've got 3 more money matches tomorrow. One with 4,000 in it, one with 20,000 in it, and I don't have the details of the third one. I think it's around 12. So lots of action coming up. 19-19, Keith Yip 647 Fargo from BC versus Janri Cruz 661 Fargo from Saskatchewan. Guys have been trading leads back and forth. Keith was leading early, and then Janri led for a little bit. Keith got the lead back for just a couple games, and then Janri was leading again, and then they tie it back up. It's been pretty cool. Keith with the break. The 4 and the 5 go long. The 3 ball's tracking to the corner pocket. That's down. 1 ball is available. Did that 5 get in the road? Can't tell. I can't tell from Keith's body language if that 5 got in the road. If it did get in the road, he's just going to play a safety on it, draw the cue ball into the back of the 5, and try and send that 1 ball up table. If he can see it, though, see it to make it, he'll just draw right down that side rail. Or he'll just play that and have a long pot on the 2. He can just roll this in. Doesn't want to have too much speed on it, and he'll come back up. Yeah, he's just picking which side of the 8 he wants to be on. I don't mind the other side, actually. I don't mind the side with the rail. If you're here, you're going to have problems with the 6. Right? And, well, I mean, the 6 of one, half another. But if you're in here, you can play it, 2 rails and out. Something like that, or draw off of it, or whatever, right? That's going to work, though. It's almost perfectly straight in, so he can just draw back a little bit. Janri's just sitting in his chair, just wants one chance at this table. Just a little draw shot here. There you go. Checking to see his angle, whether he really wants to flirt with the side or whether he's going to just take it all the way up to the top right corner pocket. Playing the cue ball off this side rail, coming back. I'm trying to determine whether he's going to be going like that, which I think is an unnecessary risk. I think you just come forward and across. Anywhere in here, there's an even larger area than that, and you'll be able to pot that 6 and stay on the 7. That's got to bounce off the rail. You want it off the rail a little bit. That didn't even go to the rail. Should be okay. Just draw. You can see where he's pointing, drawing it over just over by that first diamond on the left hand short rail or long rail. Diamond and a half. That'll give him plenty of angle to come off for the 8. And a nice natural angle to do so. Hangs the 7. Oh boy. Here's the chance for Janri. He's going to play it off the rail and come up 2-3 rails for the 7. You got to watch adrenaline doesn't get a hold of your arm here and you end up going 5 rails all the way back down to the 9 again. Best case scenario, off those rails, coming up and hitting this rail first. If he hits this rail first, he might not stick around for the 7. Well, he might not get there. Yeah, that's substantially short. I thought for sure he was getting there and this was going to be his rack to get to the hill, but from here, the scenario has changed. I have to think he's looking for a safety here. The only problem with sending that 7 ball back down table is when it gets, you know, close to that 9 or 10, you might have an, excuse me, you might have an issue. He's trying to find some place to hide that 7 ball. Looking at the split safety, looking at the 2 rail safety, sending it back down by the 10, looking at the bank, like the single long bank split. You know, that's not a bad idea either. Playing the cue ball up to here and sending that 7 ball all the way down. Oh, he elected to go the other way. That's gonna sit up by the corner pocket. Not easy from there though. Keith has a ton of angle on this, and trying to get to that bottom rail so he can spin around for the 8. Gonna be a tough ask from there. Here it goes. And he hit the rail first. Just before the 7. So a little bit too much spin. Kind of threw off his trajectory. Oh boy. Sorry folks. I'm getting tired and get a little word stumbly. I know, even more so than normal. Janri Cruz out to the center of the table for the 8. It seems like he's just fighting it. Well, it's not getting any easier. You can see he's frustrated. He's hit the table several times in the last 20 minutes to half an hour. I mean, not hard. It's not like he's abusing the equipment, but he's just giving you that information that he is frustrated. 8 ball on the side. Cue ball's going to come around 3 rails for the 9 in the same pocket, so that's not a problem. So much pressure. Oh no, he elected to play safe. He's gonna get the safety. But it may not be that great of a safety. I think Keith can play this off the rail. 8 ball in that top right corner pocket and spin the cue ball around 2 more rails to take the 9 in the side. I think it's there. Kicking off the long rail. Needs a good bounce. Not that big. Oh no. I didn't think it was going to bounce that big. That's not good news for Keith Yip. It is good news for Janri Cruz though. Should be able to just roll it in without too much fuss. And gets the cue ball off that side rail. Out there for the 9 in the corner. Doesn't need to do much with the cue ball here, just roll it forward. If he's got angle, which it looks like he does, he may roll it into the rail and bounce it out. Yeah, that's what he'll do. Yeah, he's got enough angle there now. I'm standing up because I was sitting down and I gotta move a little bit. He's so much body movement at the end of this set. It was a rock at the start. On the hill. Crazy match today. But he's made it on the hill. Keith has no more lives left. He's got to win every rack. Yep, both of them. Whereas Janri Cruz only needs one. He can ramp up his focus, hit that ultra mode, and break and run this out. Yeah, he's just checking to make sure he put the score up, and he did. 20-19. Speaking of which, that scoring system and the streaming system that is allowing me to do the commentary from my home in Chilliwack, BC, whereas these guys are playing in Richmond, British Columbia, about 120 kilometers away. That 4 ball's in the side, the 1 ball's in the side, 3 balls tracking to the corner, 9 ball going as well. No, it doesn't have the steam, but he's got to look at the 2 and a wide open table. I say that and I realize I've spoke too soon. That 8 ball is getting blocked by the 9. So that's the trickiest thing he has to deal with in this rack. If you can like and share the stream, folks, I'd appreciate it. See if we can't get this last ending sequence couple of racks up to 100 folks into the room. That'd be amazing. I'd really appreciate it. Straight in on the 5. Got a little bit of angle. Can probably run this into that head rail and back out so he can shoot the 6 up in that top right corner pocket. The trickiest part is going to be getting from that 7 to the 8 because the 9 is now in the road. The 10 ball's blocking a little bit of access to the 8, but it could be easier. Oh, drove it into the end rail. That's not going to get in behind the 10. Janri passing up the 5 ball. Keith, yep, needs to stay calm. Don't let that adrenaline spike. Cut the 5 in and get on the 6. So easy to say while I'm standing here with absolutely no pressure. I haven't been playing for 7 hours. And he's elected to play safe. Not going to get safe, but he's not going to leave much. Janri doesn't really have a choice here. He's going to have to bank this straight up and down the table and try and get that cue ball in behind the 9. You can avoid the scratch by just playing a little bit of top on it. If that crawls in behind the 7, that'll be a pretty darn fine result there. Not sure if he can cut that edge or not. Just has a little piece of the 5 showing, or is he? No, he's having to measure it off the side rail, so. No, he can kick it. I thought there was a piece of that still available for the, or what, there wasn't a piece sticking out, but there you go. He's left a long 5. A little bit shorter distance between the cue ball and the 5. Five, bottom right corner pocket. Or is he going to cut this in the side and send the cue ball 2 rails, 3 rails for the 6 in the same side? I have no idea about anything anymore. Yeah, he's worried about getting trapped in behind the 8. And at this point, if he's worried about getting trapped in behind the 8, he's going to get trapped up in behind the 8. Cutting it in the side pocket now. And he's made the 5 on the side. That was a great shot. Yeah, even if you get on the 7 right there, though, where he was indicating, what do you do with it? How do you get from the 7 to the 8? Because the 9's blocking the hole. Draws it into the center of the table, right where he wanted to, or did he go a little too far? Is he too straight? He's too straight. You see him just tapping the table. Not where he wanted to be. You know, sometimes if you're not quite where you want to be, and you keep seemingly fighting the table, sometimes I find it's good if you simplify what you're doing. Then maybe you find your rhythm again. He's going to draw over for the 8 in the right-hand side pocket. He's going to draw back down that rail towards the top left corner. Oh, he cooked it and brought that cue ball way inside. Now he's got 3 pockets for it. Bottom right, bottom left, mid pocket. Bottom right would be a poor choice. Cutting the 8 in the side. If he makes this and gets shape on the 9, you gotta think it's over.
You were on my mind today for the first time in a long time, and I pulled out my phone and
wasn't that a shot, eh, Arthur? Holy cow, eh? Feeling the pressure. Stepping up, back and forth, getting down, getting up, walking away, checking the line. He's checking, seems like he's checking every permutation here, but if it works out, and the end result is that he doesn't lose and he wins, you know, exactly what was he doing? I'd like to make some notes. He's not liking it. The longer this takes, the more I don't like it. He doesn't have a very good... he hasn't had very good luck with ones that have really caused him concerns like this long. The tension, the drama. Cutting it in. Makes this. And it's over. Not technically, that's in. And he's got shape on that 9. Don't let the adrenaline get to your arm. A lot of times we can overshoot our next target after we make a great shot. Oh, that's going to bounce soft. That'll work. That'll work. That's good control compared to some of the things that have happened to him after that. After he lets it go and it goes so long, it seems like adrenaline was just spiking and giving him a hard time on the closeout shots. And that's, wait a minute. Oh, for a second there, I thought that was gonna go. Yeah, Mariah, no shot clock with this. No, the guys knew they weren't going to do it, but that's amazing. What a match. I want to thank Janri Cruz. It's been a total pleasure. It's been amazing. Thank you very much. To Keith Yip, thank you. You know, it's always a pleasure to call a match that you're in. I appreciate the heart and the effort that you guys have and you guys put out on the table. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope everybody's enjoyed that. Janri Cruz emerges victorious, 21-19. for $7,000. We'll be back tomorrow at 2 o'clock with Lito Attendito versus, I believe, Janri Cruz again, as well as this one here, Edwin Advincula and Albert Augustine for 20K in the middle, race to 21 10 ball. So we'll be here till 10 o'clock-ish. Hopefully I don't have to go and pick up my kid at that time, but it may work out that way, and that's just the way it is. So for all of you who stopped by the stream to check it out, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Hit the like button, hit the follow button, and hopefully we'll see you all back here tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm Colin, the Wookiee, signing off for Kickin' Billiards. Have a great night, folks. See you tomorrow. As soon as I find my videos, where am I going here?